Good morning, everyone. Just 10 o'clock, so we're going to get started here. I'm going to do a roll call first.
Thank you.
So, Lindsay, here. Osweiler. Denise Baker, here. Jolene Goodchild, here. Jamie Stargell, here. Natalie Steffner, here. Laura Bonton, here. Julie Haggerty, Nancy Booten, I'm here. Eric Sloan, David Erickson,
Here.
Dylan Malone. Okay. Thank you.
I saw that Dylan had logged in. He may not be connected.
Oh, okay.
Also on the phone, we have Sue Meyer and Jan Gamar, and Jan's from ILTA, correct?
Well, I'm titled, yeah.
Okay.
Did,
And I am here too.
Hello, I'm sorry?
Dylan Malone's here as well.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Dylan.
Okay, all right. You want that?
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get started, first with the approval of the minutes from August 8th. Do we have a chance to do those?
Yes, I did note some misspelling. Stacy's name is misspelled on page 3. I'm missing the I. And then my name is misspelled on page 5.
What paragraph?
1, 2, 3, 4.
At the beginning of the
Yeah, it's A-Y instead of E-Y.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Everything else looks good. So I can make that motion.
I can second.
Okay.
May we have the name of the person making the motion?
Lindsay?
Sorry, Lindsay.
I'll repeat it, I just was waiting to see, does anybody else have any other corrections? Okay, if not, Lindsay has moved and Jolene has seconded to approve the minutes as corrected. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carried. Okay, now we're going to go over the schedule for the meeting next year.
I would just point out one thing that not everybody may be aware of. The Finance Subcommittee Tuesday of this week and did discuss their schedule, and they considered some options. They talked about maybe switching to afternoon meetings. They were looking to maybe try to avoid some conflict with, supervisors meeting, and the group discussed it. And one thing that had been suggested earlier that we considered, and when we originally put this schedule together, is that Thursdays might be a better day for most people. So the draft was put together with that consistency in mind, and then also aligning it with the proposed quarterly meeting for the ESS Coordinating Committee, which I understand you haven't decided yet. The Finance Subcommittee decided to stick with the Thursday schedule as presented, but they decided that they would prefer to start the meeting at 9 instead of 8:30, which is what we have been. And so they did adopt that calendar. And please feel free to do whatever you want. This is just a draft of what we suggested. I think the only really main request is to have the coordinating committee meeting after the finance meeting. So if that can be done, that way we can in sequence do finance, then present financial information at the full quarterly meeting. That's sort of the way it's put together. The standards subcommittee, I think we did make a change, but they haven't actually voted on this yet. This is the tentative schedule that we discussed with the standards subcommittee. So we defer to, which is, what do you think?
I looked at the schedule. I'm the main reason why finance moved to Thursday or changed from the date time, because I have board meetings Tuesday mornings, and since I'm the treasurer about to take over the books, I'll be on finance next year. So I asked that it change from the 8:30 Tuesday time. But in doing that, our schedule changed where the coordinating committee dates are only one Thursday and all the other ones proposed are Tuesdays, which means I would strictly be dial-in if I can participate in this ESS coordinating committee schedule. So if we could move the Tuesdays to the same week on Thursday, we'd have our finance budget info possibly complete when you send us the packet a week ahead of time. I don't know if that works. I mean, I can dial in if you don't want to change, but
So your suggestion would be, to change May 14th to May 16th, August 13th to the 15th, and November 12th to November 14th.
yes, if that's what the group wanted to do. And then maybe we'd have a complete finance packet when you send us the packet ahead of time.
I know I can't make May 16th happen, but that's totally fine. I have, prior commitment.
It would be May 16th, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Yeah, May 16th, I can't make that happen. August 15th.
I think from a staff perspective, we wouldn't have any issue with changing, so, just checking the calendar, it looks pretty good, so.
Anybody online have any issues with that?
No issues here?
Okay, then we would need a motion with that amendment.
I would move. I would have moved to approve the ESS coordinating committee dates to Thursday, February 15th, Thursday, May 16th, Thursday, August 15th, and Thursday, November 14th.
Is there a second?
I will.
Jolynn?
Okay, Jolynn.
Yeah. Okay, Mel has moved and Jolynn seconded to move these dates, basically 2 days forward on Thursday. Is there any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those no. Motion carries. Okay. Now let's go over the terms of office.
I'd just point out in your packet on page 12 is the current membership of the committee. The terms that are highlighted in blue following two-year cycle practice are those whose terms would be expiring. Just to review, there is eligibility to renew, so there's no term limit in the policies and procedures, and what would be required is to have conversations with your respective districts and let them know what you think, if you're interested in continuing, or if other people have a strong desire to serve, whatever that may be. The recommendation would be to make those nominations from the district known, first and foremost to the president, Nancy, and then that can be considered by the full executive board. Ordinarily, the first meeting of the year isn't until February. Sometimes there is a special meeting, so we would encourage getting your nominations in and having the executive board make that decision, if not before the end of the year, as soon as you can, after the first of the year. So this is just informational, no action required. Just reminding everybody of what the schedule is. As far as the subcommittees are concerned, those can also be considered by the districts. I didn't include it in your packet that each of the two primary subcommittees, the standards and the finance subcommittee. They've been notified of whose terms are doing what, so we've asked them to have that conversation with their districts as well. And if there's a desire, I can provide everybody with a copy of the complete list of members and terms. Another thing that I would point out is, and this came up, I forget which district Action is in, but their district actually nominated two people to serve.
District one.
Oh, District 1, thank you. I thought you were saying no. It was
No, district, yeah, it's
District
Action,
one.
and,
And it is allowable, so you can have more than one person from a district on a subcommittee because the policies and procedures are not as specific. And generally speaking, we want to encourage participation. So that is a nomination that is being advanced. Technically speaking, that is a decision of the ESS chair. Okay, so that would, for right now, that would be Nancy. But by convention, we really brought that to the full ESS coordinating committee for discussion at the appropriate time. So January's were a little weird because we kind of got put in both buckets, but we've always made it work. So
If you'll give me that list, I've already emailed the president and asked them as soon as, because most of them do it in November or December. We do it at our district meeting, which is in December, to send me the updated list of officers and committee persons. But if you'll give me the list of each committee, the term ending, I'll specifically mention that
absolutely.
again
Yep.
when I email them.
Thank you.
Okay, member topics?
I would just introduce this by saying, typically we put a members' topics category at the end of the agenda in case anybody wants to talk about anything. Melissa contacted us in advance, and so did Lindsay, about a couple of things, and we have a fairly full agenda. So to ensure that we have time to talk about those issues, we've just moved it up to the top of the agenda. I do have Kelly Wallace planning to join because one of the topics is about security. But I would defer to Melissa to introduce the topics that she wanted to talk about.
So my question about credit card machines was there anything in place, when we had the machines down and called in, we were told our machine's no longer supported. So I just wondered what the plan is for refreshing so we can all have functioning credit card machines.
So the machine is still functioning. There will be no further, system updates. So if there was new programming, you wouldn't be able to get that. But the time change that everyone just did, that's okay. But if there was maybe a change in fees or something like that, they wouldn't be able to do it. So we did confirm that. I'm sorry if it wasn't communicated. We are, in addition to that, we are reviewing the feed with Bank Card USA, making sure that we're, everything's working correctly. We had an issue with Sherry earlier this week. They don't know why it happened, but that was the question that went back to them. So we're just doing a review. Actually, Kay's doing it, of what we're charging, what we're supposed to be charged, to make sure everything is working as it should. And then there's the possibility of reviewing it with other service providers to see if that's the best deal out there. There's not a plan in place right now to replace all of the machines. They're about $300 a piece, so we have approximately 100 machines out there.
So should we get a new one if we have an old one?
It's working fine.
Mine works fine.
It works fine. If it stops working, then you'll get a new model, the Deja Vu,
Okay.
because the Verifone is not being shipped any longer. No, you're good. As long as yours is working,
Fine, yep.
it's fine.
do they charge you for that when we need a new one?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know we had to get a new one, it's been a little while ago, and I guess I just under the impression they're like it's not working anymore, this will send you one.
And they're really good about shipping those overnight, so if you don't get it the next day, you can get it the following
Yeah.
day.
So then,
We
bill
get
would
your-
come.
But
So
they'll
do we have it, just because the machines are obsolete, and it sounds like they've been replacing some, is that budgeted money? Do we have that money aside for these 100 machines? Because the people, when we called, basically thought our machine could die at any time. So, we aren't hit financially in not having that money budgeted for.
I think the guy said, I'm surprised yours is still working.
So, first of all, just as do we get Ann's written some questions about?
Kristen's got it.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that we were able to solve that. So, the way I would characterize it is, first of all, I think there was a miscommunication initially about, obsolescence, because that, in the same day, changed to, oh, no, we just need to do an update, and that's kind of where we are at. Some of the machines, as you know, have been out there for a while, and, you do expect them to have a limited useful life, and we probably are getting close to that. This was not an explicitly adopted policy, but generally our practice has been that if any county needed a new machine, we have just absorbed that cost. There have not been that many, but maybe 2 or 3 in the last calendar year that were replaced and had to be paid for, but that was absorbed into the budget as a part of our normal process. And I think our intent would be to continue to do that. So while we may not have a mass device replacement plan in place, it would be our intent to try to cover the cost of any necessary replacement during this period, in case it was necessary. Have we budgeted for 100 replacements? No, we have not, and that's not reflected in the budget I'm presenting to you today, but we anticipate that there is some useful life left in this, and we're going to play that out. At the same time, I think it would be fair to say that we have had other issues with Bankcard USA in terms of downtime or sending us incorrect reports that may have ended up delaying a distribution to the counties. And overall, I would say, when you consider the time period going back to, I think, 2017 is when we did the big refresh at that time, it worked pretty well, but some things are starting to fray at the edges. Some of the issues that we have, I would not lay at Bankcard USA entirely, because they rely on first data for their system, which is sort of ubiquitous. We could change providers and still be stuck with first data. So that's not entirely a solution. That said, we were already in the process, even before this most recent event happened, of asking Kay to say, okay, we're going to take a step back and do a review of the payment system. And when we set up the original contract, we negotiated what the fees were going to be, and we said, we need to go do not a formal audit, but a review of that to make sure everything is working as it should be. But in conjunction with that, we are prepared to, and I've had some initial conversation about the possibility of switching point-of-sale systems from Bankcard USA to our other credit card vendor, which is Professional Solutions, located here in the Des Moines area. They have done a very good job of providing for the credit card payment gateway for e-submission. They're local. There potentially may be some benefits in changing. I am not making that recommendation to you today. I'm just pointing out that we are actively researching it. Depending on, because we have an existing contract with Professional Solutions, if it was feasible, I could see us making the migration there, without having to go through a full RFP type process. If that is not feasible and we want to consider a change, then we would probably form a committee the way we did back in 2017 and put it out for bid, for lack of a better way to describe it, to see if there's anything else out there. An unknown at this time, I'm sorry for this lengthy explanation, but an unknown at this time is if we change service providers, would we have to change out all the machines? Would some of them work with that new system? We don't know the answer to that yet. So my feeling would be, my recommendation would be, let's continue on as we are. If anybody's device needs to be replaced, we will make sure it gets replaced. And it would be my intent to pay for those replacements out of the project, out of the ESS project. If, if things really start falling apart all at once, we might change that plan. But this is an incremental way to deal with what we can deal with while we do the research. So that is where we are at on that. And I think we would apologize for the initial miscommunication that suddenly they're all going to die, because that turned out not to be correct.
Does every county take credit cards?
About 95, 90, 93, 94, 95, somewhere in there. Mm-hmm.
So when you say absorbed, you don't have a line item for the replacement?
I don't have a specific line item on that. Obviously, we do have a line item for the gateway, and that's probably where we come from.
And Jamie, you had a question?
Well, I'm just curious as to why ILR is footing the bill for the credit card machines. Like, I guess personally feel like if we want to offer that service, then we should be paying for those. Get the money for it.
I appreciate your generosity, but my feeling would be that my sense is that there's some frustration out there, that it doesn't always work exactly the way it should be, and this is maybe our way of saying, hang in there with us, and then maybe when we revisit the whole system, then we can kind of hit the reset button.
To Nancy's point, there is some income, correct?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there is. I'm just saying in the context of the grand scheme of things, that this is not our biggest problem.
Right.
Right.
The machine itself, if we want to offer a credit card, I feel like that's on us to buy the machine. But
I think that's certainly something that can be addressed.
I'm in favor of being in that spot. To me, it feels sufficiently tenuous that we're going to cover the benefit of the doubt during this group. We are the coordinator of the point of sale system. I want everybody to be happy, and that's right now it's a fairly small investment. If you said I want to replace 150 machines all at once, then we might have to have a conversation, but we're not there.
I think we're looking at about 100 devices. Some counties have 4. Some of the larger counties have 4. And I'm trying to remember how that worked initially, that maybe the project paid for one and the county paid for they paid for the additional one. Okay.
So just the ones that don't, then they chose not to.
Yeah.
Correct. Well, like Polk County doesn't use this system because they have their own, a county-wide system.
There's a question, what is the annual revenue on the credit card machine?
Well, I'd have to skip ahead a little bit, but generally speaking, if you look at, I have to find the right page here in your packet, I would turn attention to, it looks like page 31, and you can see that the point of sale this is the service fee that we receive. We're talking about a little over $109,000 a year right now.
But there's expense associated with that then too, that
Well,
we pay out.
the payment date, if you want to look at the big picture, then you need to go to, page 32 of the materials and look at the line item, near the bottom of the spreadsheet that says POS transaction fees. And our gateway fees are right at $78,000 a year. So that 100 and some thousand, covers our gateway costs. So is there a little bit of net income? Yes, there is.
About 31,000.
That's your answer. So, there's nothing we had on the agenda that was related to this. It's an action item, but that is the current information. And if there's a desire to take an action, I would certainly take your direction. And
I think we need to look at something in writing for the future with that, with this policy, to actually create a policy on it. So it's not just yes, we were told at this meeting this is the way it's going to work. I think that it would be in our best interest as a committee to have a policy on how this is handled going forward.
okay. I don't.
Anyone else can speak on.
Okay. I don't disagree with that. I think we're just sort of in the limbo period right now, and we're going to muddle through, but I certainly can prepare some policy options for consideration at the February meeting.
Yeah.
Certainly would take that to the Standards Committee first, just as a part of our normal process.
Do you think it would be possible for February's meeting, along with that, if you are exploring different options with maybe different providers, that we could have an update on where you can, in February?
I absolutely intend to have our review complete by then.
Okay.
Would be presenting that most likely to both you and the Finance Subcommittee.
And then, Phil, you had mentioned that Bank Card USA relies on First Data. Is that something Professional Services does not rely on them?
I don't believe they rely on them in the same way. Ironically enough, I won't tell you the whole history, but we started out working with Fiserv. Okay, that was our first main provider, and then we went to a different company, and then Fiserv bought them. So it's almost impossible to escape either Fiserv or First Data, no matter what system you're working. It's just the national credit card system. So, yeah, I wish I could see somebody different, but the banking system is not that flexible.
Okay, thank you.
You know.
Any other
If-
comments, sir?
If we're done with that, Melissa, please continue.
So when I was on the remote PRIA sessions, they had a presenter, the CISA assessment, so I had sent a message out and just asked if you had an update on that.
I brought in the big guns for this one. My introduction would be that security is a never-ending, ongoing task. From a human resources point of view, most of that falls to Kelly as our technical lead. We do have certain tools that we use internally to manage and monitor things. One of the things that's a budget item you may notice is something called ESS, and I'll let Kelly describe that. Things that we're doing with the firewall right now all relate to security. We have been through assessments before. Some of you may recall that we went through a full assessment with the IRS Safeguard Program, which evaluated our vulnerabilities, not only in our data center, but also in the office, but, I'm not sure. I think the thing you have to say about security is you can't get too smart. You know, it's a thing that you have to pay attention to all the time. And so, while I think you're doing many correct things in security, that doesn't mean that we're perfect. So I'm not the expert in this. I asked Kelly to join us for this morning, and I told him, you know, he said I could take a whole day doing this, so I told him he can't have that, but I asked him to join us for a few minutes and just to share his overview of kind of what we do and, you know, what his perspective is. So, Kelly, if you can hear us, go ahead.
May you change the screen to the one with him on it, so people can actually see?
I don't know how to do that, so.
I'm sorry, what?
I think they want Kelly's picture displayed. Is that what you want?
Yeah, he's live.
Okay, I don't know how to make that change.
Okay, I wish I'd known that.
Can you tell me?
Push the left arrow, and then, stop sharing. And, you should be able to see Sue and Kelly now, or at least part of Kelly. Yeah.
Can you move it?
Click the triple dots and hide.
Okay, there's Kelly.
There we go. All right, Kelly, you're on.
We can't.
We can't hear him.
You're muted, however.
Kelly, we can't hear you.
Can you press the phone button and then join audio?
Look, apparently he didn't dial in, so click on the phone option above. And,
He's dialing.
okay. He does have permission to speak. I'm not sure what's that.
Volume down there, X. Your volume down there shows an X.
That's because we don't want it on my speakers. It's on the
Okay.
phone. If you need the number.
I thought he was looking at something.
Okay.
Try dialing in, Kelly.
Okay.
Please just give me the number now.
There you are. Hey, Kelly.
Hello. Hold on.
That's what it plans.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes, perfect. You're on.
All right. Okay. So I was only given 5 minutes. So I'll build off what Phil said. Basically, ever since 2015, 2016, when we did the IRS safeguards review, which I don't know if anybody realizes what that entailed, but we essentially sat down. They brought in a handful of people, and I ended up sitting down with an auditor for a week, or a week and a half, something like that. Literally combing through every aspect of our systems, and they went through and gauged every aspect of our connectivity, from Phil's office network, firewalls, the individual laptops and computers that everybody in the office used, to what we have in our rack, in our data center. We actually took a trip out there with them. They gauged their process to get into the data center, which involves some biometrics and having a card to get in to scan, providing your ID when you get in the door, having codes on the doors, all this fun stuff. So, ever since I think that experience, I can say that we've probably taken into account security into practically everything that we do, to the point where, and Phil and I have had multiple discussions about this, it takes a substantial portion of my day. And that's just kind of a matter of fact thing. Once you get into the depths of it, it is necessary to do, because, we've experienced what can happen when you have a service provider outage, just this last year. I've told Phil multiple times, that these are the things that keep you, from an administrative standpoint, from a security standpoint, keeps me up at night. And I do not want it to occur. So with that being said, what do we do, on a daily, monthly, yearly basis? I think one of the main questions was, do we follow steps that are documented in CESA's? They have a foundational guideline there if you go to one of their web pages. And I'd have to say generally, yes. The only thing we really don't do in there, which I'm looking at signing up for their external scan to see what that entails. But that would be about the only thing we really don't do, that they offer from a service standpoint. And I'm sure they offer, many in-person things, and you can probably draw them in closer to what we're doing. And maybe that's a potential thing that we need to do. But I did send some information to Phil about, the stuff that we do. I don't know. I actually didn't open the packet, Phil, to see how much you included. But we have a PCI scan that runs monthly, from that perspective, and the number of requests. I sent him the entire list of requests. It just happened at the beginning of the month here. We had 162,000 requests that were shot from an external perspective at our external facing applications, URLs and such. And, we get graded on that. It's pass, fail, and they grade each of the responses individually as to whether or not, you red is definitely failed, kind of a traffic light deal. Green is you're good to go. And then they also have kind of a yellow, a middle standpoint where they might like to see some improvement. But we've passed a number of those. I think the only thing that we've actually had issues with over the past year or two with them is they find an external access panel that is part of our web VPN. It's part of our firewall, and they keep, for whatever reason, they're not able to find the multi-factor field that requires a second password to get in. And so they ding us on that. And those are the only things I think we've failed in the past. Other than that, we still go through the process of trying to follow the IRS safeguards routine, and we've incorporated a lot of that into our development process. And from an administrative perspective, I still go through and run internal scans. And Phil mentioned the product Nessus that we pay for on a yearly basis. That's what the IRS safeguards folks used, and they run. It's a number of, they have practically thousands of them, commands that they can run to check your configuration internally for things like your databases internally, your applications, your auditing on your internal servers, your operating system instructions, and not to get too deep with it, but it gets crazy in depth, to the point where, I was working through and tuning Linux kernel parameters based upon what they wanted to see for standards. And then once you do that, you kind of create a golden master so that if you have to spin up another virtual machine for any reason, you've already got your security configured, so you don't have to go through that process again, because it is a time-consuming process to make the changes, test to make sure that everything works. And then what are the next things? The logging that you do on a daily basis, it's kind of one of the things I've kind of griped about. We do so much logging, and I think sometimes from an external perspective, when we work with service providers, it's taken for granted how much logging we do, because we're asked all the time, what did you get from us? What did you get? What do you see? What did you get from us? And, a lot of times I turn around and it's like, why can't you see what you're sending? Why are you asking us? But I think a lot of people don't log. I just think they don't do it. And we've got, right now for like the e-submission process and payment, I have 5 years of logs out there, which, they're telling us that we've got to retain those, just in case of an issue. So, we keep a lot of stuff. We log a lot of stuff. It takes a lot of space. And that's one of the things that we've done, and we've done well. Just a couple other things I'll throw out there. We, from a development standpoint, I didn't want to miss these, but we use a couple processes when we're doing development. We use a tool called Sonar Cube that actually checks our code for typical coding mistakes or weaknesses in our code as we develop it, and it'll generate a report and show us, what lines are in question that go against, say, best practices, or looks like it could be a security issue. So we do that as a team and review those issues. We have a plug-in in our build process that looks for out-of-date third-party libraries that we use in our code that we go through and update on a periodic basis. Those can get tricky because some of those can actually impact the functionality of your application. So even if you do updates, that turns around into a cycle where you've got to do some testing to make sure that it didn't impact the functionality that you've intended for your application to have. I think I sent Phil some firewall output, and I think some of that, I don't know how much you put in there, some of it related to the actual PCI scan. Just to go back to the external side real quick, those 160,000 requests or whatever that get shot at us on a monthly basis, they do hit our firewall, and our firewall for the most part should pick those up and report them to us. And I think I gave them a screenshot or two. One of them has it's just one page of many of the list of what the firewall picked up. And essentially it captures those requests, and you can configure your firewall based upon your policy, which I also sent in the entire policy, which is 370 some pages. I don't know if that's attached or not, where it'll drop and block events. So when you step back a little bit and you think about how much time and effort we spend on security, and I didn't go through the process of doing the entire the math equation for how much we spend, but I think, well, we know a little bit because we're doing some work with Light Edge on it, but we're spending $7,500 a year on essentially on firewall and IP blocking technology and malware blocking technology, and the rest of the IDS IPS process that we have a subscription through Cisco for. from a development standpoint, we spent a significant amount of resources implementing TAS, which actually received a good deal of pushback for a while due to the multi-factor authentication process that every governmental organization says you should have this. And it's not that we necessarily wanted to do that or throw additional work on anybody to get into the system. They're all saying it's got to be done. And this is kind of where those processes can, impact your day-to-day workflow, and it can be a little bit frustrating. And we run into the same thing. I mean, how tight does this need to be, or how much leeway can we have between the governmental or restrictions or regulations, and even from a budgetary perspective, the amount we can spend a whole lot more. We have the Nessus license, we have the SSL that we've spent a good deal of money on, the number of hardware updates that we have to do now, because you can no longer just say, I'm going to buy this server, I'm going to buy this car and run it into the ground. You can't say that, because once they're unsupported, you need to get new hardware that is supported. Otherwise, you're not in compliance any longer, whether it's storage, servers, network switch, firewall, etc. So it goes it pushes against the whole multiple structures of an organization getting into the security aspect. I don't know if you want to.
I'm going to stop you there for just a second, Joe.
All right.
I just don't know what, if you doubted that he could go on about this, I hope you could. A couple of other things that you kind of alluded to, but I was just going to mention is that we do have certain third parties that do look into our system. So, our payment gateway provider will check our system. So the example on page 14 of your materials is basically an unannounced scan by security metrics to, check our PCI compliance. It doesn't happen all the time, but we also, it is not uncommon for our insurance underwriters to, have a third party that they work with to try to do an intrusion test on us and determine whether or not, we let them in when we shouldn't have. The example, I didn't give them every example that you gave me, Kelly, but the example I gave them is a security notification that you did describe that related to access attempts and the policy associated with our firewall. That I did share with them. The rest, it was a lot of stuff. I didn't include everything. I'm sorry. I just want to say, you can't be complacent. You can't be smug. The bad guys are out there, and, we're not just running an informational website. We've got payments running through our system, and we have to stay on top of it. And one of the things that Kelly mentioned is that you have to keep your stuff up to date, and sometimes it forces you to spend money, which we do, to change systems, and I would report this later in the agenda, but we're in the process of making a transition from firewall equipment to a managed service at Light Edge, and that may be the beginning step of moving even deeper into the cloud, because they spend full time maintaining the equipment and the connectivity and the security, Billy's just one guy. He's a damn good guy, but he's just one person, and in terms of long-term positioning, I think we want to be in a position where security is a team sport, and that's kind of why we're heading in the direction that we are. I want to just say publicly how grateful we are to have Kelly, as our technical lead, because it's sometimes mind-boggling what has to be done, and he's the guy that makes the trip to the data center at midnight, when something is going wrong, and we really appreciate everything you do, Kelly. Does anybody have any questions for Kelly? My short answer to you, Melissa, is, like I said, we can't be complacent, but I would be inclined to say that we don't need to go down the road of this particular assessment.
I heard free option, so I wasn't sure where we were at with free options, but I was just throwing it out there.
Kelly, do you have more comments?
Yeah,
I
I
think
was
you're on
just gonna
mute.
say,
Okay.
am I
Go ahead.
good
Good
now?
now.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I have no issues with, folks asking questions as to where we're at. And like Phil said, I could talk about this after we've done this for so long. I can talk about this probably all day, in the stuff that we're doing and trying to do. And, by no means am I, put back by any questions. I actually did not know that they had a scan now. So like I said, I have signed up to investigate what they do. And let's find out, right? Nothing hurts. It's another scan. Maybe they do something a little bit different. I have no issues with that whatsoever. So, we'll go down that road and see what they do. If they do it a little bit different than the PCI folks, or our internal Nessus scans, and maybe some good will come out of it. But yeah, it kind of goes along those lines, like Phil said. I don't think you can't sleep on it. These are things that need to be done. So yep.
Thank you, Kelly.
Kelly, I want to make sure you cite the thank you from Ann and Sue in the chat pod to you.
Oh yeah, awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you from me.
All of us.
Okay, so I think we're going back to share, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Kelly.
All right, we'll see you.
All right. Have a good day.
That look right, census?
So from there, and they need to expand that. We are seeing it that way, but on their end, they're seeing it as a smaller screen, and they have to expand it on the corner.
Okay. So I think if the people that are online shut off their cameras, everything will work correctly,
Right? So it looks like this,
okay?
still like this.
Okay.
Any idea what I should do?
Well, I'm not sure what I can do to help them with their local devices, but
Oh, we told them that they should click on the corner, there is 100%, and
Yeah.
they expand it.
okay.
So I think they're doing that, we gave them the instructions. already.
Okay.
We have another topic from Melissa. Go for it.
Large documents update. I didn't know where we're at with the ones that might be missing. There may be recorders that aren't aware that there are large documents out there from previous recorders. I know mine was from '08 and they were e-submitted documents.
There were, I believe, 2 documents. January of 2008, submitted to all counties, somewhere around 400 to 500 pages each, that we chose long ago to truncate those. So if you were to pull up the image if you were to try to open the image, you're going to receive a message that says, this has been truncated, please contact your local county recorder to view this image. It's something we can work on, but to get the full document out there, but it's going to be a bit. You will see as we get later into the packet, the list of support items and development items that have been assigned to Kelly, Nancy, and Myrna to get done through the end of the year. And I understand what you're asking, but I also have a question of have any of you had requests for those documents?
Yes.
The docs from 2008?
Yeah.
In,
And you guys ended up providing it in the end because my county attorney won't allow us to email, so I would have had to fax. I've reviewed it multiple times, nothing needs to be redacted, they were e-submitted documents. And my question, if we're gonna leave them truncated, would our system be able to handle a document at that size now and have the image available online, or do we need a policy that if they can't electronically submit one that size and have it available, why are we accepting?
So they can
One that big.
submit it that large.
But then
Problem
it's
is-
truncated?
No, the problem is when it comes to your local system to us, we chose to truncate it for display because.
All forward or only historic? So if they
Well,
submitted
that's-
them today, it came to me, I send it back to you, would it be truncated?
Not today, no. That was primarily a historical thing
Okay.
back in the beginning that, we did. I cannot speak to what would happen if there was an attempt to upload that large document today, through our system. Now,
So,
we do have
we don't know.
we do have a workaround in place, and that is that if we run into a large document today, and there are issues with it, we will have the local service provider upload that to an FTP site,
Which we've
Just-
done.
which is done, and then that can be manipulated and incorporated into the site. So today, that is what the workaround is. Again, it has to be in line with everything else we have to do. And I'm gonna be open and honest, and I think I have been for a long time. It's hard for me to put the value of one document above everything else that we have to do. So, that said, we're in the midst of creating a new API for the county upload process. It hasn't been deployed yet, we haven't implemented it yet. It's scheduled to, be implemented in 2024. The deadline that we are giving the local service providers to implement the new API is December 2024. It is our belief that going forward, that the new API is gonna be better able to handle, these types of issues. When we have time, we have given some priority. We basically said, okay, stop development work. We're gonna work on large documents this week, and we see what we can get done. Sometimes we can get them done, sometimes we run into roadblocks, and then we have to move on. So, I appreciate that there is care about wanting to, have all of the documents out on the website and accessible to the public. You know, to me, that is a sign of, a desire to do the best that we all can. There are 1,000 other ports in our system that need to be fixed too. And we can't do everything every day. We have 3 full-time developers, one of them just returned from maternity leave, and, I would just, continue to, beg patience. And if an individual reporter has a specific thing that they want done, then, even if you told us before, tell us again. There should be a ticket on every one of those requests, out there somewhere. Sorry, sure, I'm gonna use you as an example.
That's okay, I don't have to then.
Well, I mean, here is an example where, she identified several documents that, did not go through the process, right? And had to be manually manipulated. I think we've got most of them done, except for a few. And those are stuck in an archive in e-submission that would, in order to address that, we've got to go unpack that archive, bring it down into our system, and then process it from there. And that is not a trivial process. So it's probably going to have to wait a while, but at least we got some of them done. And you know, I don't have a better answer than that for you. I appreciate when it gets stuff done and make it complete, but that's not the only thing we have to do. And I'm going to talk about this later, but if you go to the last page of your packet, on page 89, this is the to-do list for Kelly, Nancy, and Myrna, the current to-do list. And there's nothing on here. So I apologize that we don't have everything done, and our team is doing the best that we can to get done what is presented to us. And again, if any recorder feels like there is something not done, communicate with Lisa. Send another reminder to support of our staff. You know, the squeaky wheel does work around here. You know, if it's really important to you, then remind us and we'll get to it as soon as we can.
I just have one more. I mean, I guess that's why I keep bringing it up, is because it's ongoing. And I believe our land record system, how we perceive it, and maybe other parts of the country, is we have a statewide recorder's website. We promote it as being complete. We want people to use it to do their searches for completeness. So one document matters to me, and that's why I keep bringing it up. So that's just my
That's fair.
2 cents.
So my comment that follows that is something that comes from Sue Meyer, that all of you or someone in your office needs to check on the regular to make sure all your docs transfer to us.
I do.
Not everyone does. So I'm throwing that out there.
Have how many new records that
might not even know the 08 document is missing. That's why they might not even have any idea if they're brand new.
I can tell you, this is an absolute fact. If you go back to the beginning of 2004, 2005, and then you have counties that have uploaded documents from years prior to that, what happens in now our system is we consider a document to be complete when we have the index information, at least the minimum index information, and the document image. And if you look back historically at the whole body of things that counties have attempted to send us, there are duplicated records, there are, I don't know how many, but probably thousands of incomplete documents that are sitting out there from prior history that in a perfect world we would go back and clean them all up. And it is a big task. So, you know, we have chosen, we collectively, or if you want to put it on me, I'll take it, that to address things like security issues, we have chosen to put most of our effort into updating our applications in the last 4 to 5 years. That's where it has to be in order to have a current system that has the security that you would expect. And choices have to be made. Most of the time, I'm the one making choices. So, I hear you. I hope that when we go forward, and maybe before I'm done, whenever that is, that we have an opportunity to do a more thorough review and fill all the gaps that are out there that I know exist, which are, believe me, much more than a few large documents. There's an anomaly in every county. I mean, there's nobody that's perfect. If you look at the actual
Joel
records.
is perfect. Okay.
Well, there's probably something out there that she doesn't know about.
Right, right. Right. So I'm gonna go back to, you guys all said you check or you don't check or whatever. I can think of, off the top of my head, 2 recorders that were deputies that were thrust into the recorder role overnight. So, cross-train.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's another issue that we have amongst the association, is there is that fear of cross-train, and I don't know what that is, I don't know why that is. But there are leaders in our organization that are so into holding things to themselves and not sharing with their team, and you're setting your team, you're setting your county up for failure. And I think that's very important, that anything that you do, that your team is aware that, hey, this is what's going on, this is the importance, and this is the value of it.
Right.
Because a lot of times, if people don't know the value, they aren't going to care. If they don't know why it matters, they're not going to care, they're not going to do it, and they're not going to put the effort. But I think as an organization, we need to do better about that.
I say your team is only as good as you allow them to be.
Correct.
I had one question, real quick.
And before we leave this, I don't want to leave on a note of beating ourselves up, because I've got Jan tomorrow and Dylan Malone listening to this conversation, and what I want them to take away from this is, we're damn good.
100%. We're not saying that.
99% of everything out there, and it would be unfair and incorrect to say, oh, Iowa Land Records is incomplete, it's full of holes. Yes, that is not a true statement. You guys collectively have done a great job. Are we perfect? No, we're not. But if you look at the chart across all of the records that have been transferred and are available to the public online, it's bright green. It's not red, it's not yellow. It's bright green across the board, especially, if you're looking at 2000 and beyond. That's 40 plus years now. I think we're doing good, but I'm not going to say we're perfect, and we do have room for improvement at many levels. I hope that when we get through this latest county upload API, that we have more time and energy to do that. One of the reasons why I am working with Tully to figure out a way to move more to the cloud and be less dependent on him as an individual is because I want him back in the development game. I want him working on stuff other than system maintenance, which, as he said correctly, is a big part of, his daily routine. So, I hope this has been a healthy discussion for you all.
I do have one
Yeah.
just clarification. So, if you were to mark it for replacement and she resent it, that wouldn't work, right?
Because it's too big.
Still.
So my provider sent it to the FTP site again. We just did it a few months ago.
Okay, because he said in today's world, it would work, and I was like,
No, it would not work in today's world. That document the size of 500. We have the FTP as a workaround, and so once it lands there, Kelly or Myrna, and potentially Nancy in the future, would be able to go out and process it, convert it, and bring it into ILR.
Yeah.
So would there be a way, like with our service providers, some sort of report to see what documents are missing? Maybe at some point, instead of having to, like, my clerk goes out and she checks them every day
Yeah.
to see. So that takes some time. Obviously we do it, but could there be a possibility?
And today, before we turn off legacy, this won't work because we're transitioning from the legacy search application to the new search application. We have some things to finish in the search application, but there are some things that you can check right now in the utilities area of search that would allow you to look for what records do I have within a particular year. There are some enhancements to that on that list somewhere. And, you would be able to just run basically a search and a report to say, what's incomplete in my county? You know, what is not, what are the ones that we don't have, both an image and an index for? That kind of information it has been previously available to you, but
It's still available in Legacy.
detail, I thought you said was.
The doc status report works. I can show you,
Yeah.
Natalie, I can show you how to run the report.
So that won't work in new, you're not putting that in new?
We're putting something like that in new.
Okay.
And
Yes.
to your point, Nancy, what you said is you like to go out and run it and look at the utilities and say, okay, there's 100 documents here or whatever. You want to see the numbers, so you think, okay, something's there.
Yeah.
That's on that list as well.
Right.
But I have a bunch of documents, because I've used the check, that are, you shouldn't have any of the information. There's, military indexes in there. They have odd numbers, because, unique ID, because of our N and S. I don't know what it was before me. But I looked at that one time, and I'm like, why are these all there? And so I've got pages upon pages of stuff.
Let's talk about it later.
Yeah.
Okay, because we got a lot to talk about, trust me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah, and
Okay.
we want it to be right as much as you guys do,
Yeah.
too, so.
Well, there's no docs there, it's mainly
Anyway,
index, but.
thank you
There you
for
go.
the discussion. I'll explain some arrows, but I hear you.
It wasn't arrows, it was where we at.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Can we keep talking about it?
The next item, was suggested by, Lindsay, and I would defer to her.
So my topic is on formatting standards and the roles of each, the submitter, the county recorder, and, the ILR team. So I'm really, really struggling with some of the work that's being put in on the document formatting standards. I feel like we have standards in place for a reason. I feel like we're getting away from the standards that are currently in the law. I mean, we've been working in our county on indexing and painting back documents, and this is what we're dealing with. And this is a reminder to me and to our team of why we care so much about the integrity of the record and the integrity of what is provided to us. And I get that there could be some things that we can change. I agree. However, I feel like we're banging our heads against the door with, we have rules in place that were put in place way back when that are not being enforced. And I feel like that is something that we as an association, we as the ESS coordinating committee, we as in standards subcommittee need to take into consideration when these things are happening and these things are being discussed, is like, where did we come from and why did we make the decision at that point in time to make those changes? And I feel like there's been a handful of times, especially even late, that we will reject something and it's brought to us that, well, we were told that we can record this. Well, who said that? So I have had in my county, we have had one submitter that we are all very aware of with Green State using their DocuSign envelope. I have an email that was told that the county and ILR are aware that the new e-notary workflow and DocuSign envelope information is locked in at the top of the document, and they've been instructed to record these documents without an issue, though we still receive occasional pushback. I can work on font size, as that is something we rarely control through our templates. So it's just fascinating to me that we can get documents that are recorded correctly when we talk about it and we ask about it, but we have rules in place. We, as county recorders, took oath of office to follow the rules that are in place, and I just feel that we're not supported in that. And I really struggle with it. I know my team struggles with it, that there's been so much work done with document formatting standards that, like, we still have rules in place. I mean, a 10-point font, even condensed, looks like a 0.8 or an 8-point font. So I think there are things that we can do better, knowing our role as what we have, the county recorder. The submitter is to provide us documents that are recordable by Iowa code. The recorder is to accept the documents that they shall meet code requirements, and ILR is to provide a gateway or a way for us to record documents electronically. And there's times too, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, but I feel like we talk about standards so much that there's a double standard in what we accept over the counter and what we accept electronically, and I don't know why that is. So that's just my 2 cents. That's something that we've really been struggling with. I personally have been struggling with, so I just wanted to share it with the group. I want everyone to be in the know of what's going on, and do your due diligence. That's all. And I'll open it up for discussion with anyone else.
So my question, I guess, on that would be, at least way back when, I was always told, yes, it should meet those, but also you cannot turn anything down. So, or they have to put it on standard, right? So.
Well, there's the argument out there legally that we are to record, but I
agree with percentage to it, so
I agree.
sometimes I will say I go back and forth on what to do.
And I think that's why the group wanted the non-standard fee as a possibility for e-submitted documents. Why that came up was
You can
because,
still take it.
right, but it's not allowable at this point. We don't have an option in e-submitted documents to do that.
I think you're gonna have the same issue though, that, and I'm just gonna take random people. Lindsay, you're gonna say, yep, we're gonna take that DocuSign document for the non-standard fee, you're gonna send it back to Green State, they're gonna approve it, or they're gonna fix it, right? Nancy, your clerk's gonna miss that, it's gonna go through as submitted. My analogy of it is, this is on sale at this Hy-Vee, but it's not on sale at this Hy-Vee, kind of thing, you know? And that's frustrating as a customer, and it's frustrating as a recorder, and it's frustrating as ILR.
I think we all run into this kind of thing all the time. Like I had a person trying to e-submit something, and it's not legible to me. And legible to me means if I have to reproduce it, print it off is different than reproduce. I can print it off and it may look so-so. If somebody else tries to reproduce that, it looks like crap, and they do that. They use that for their legals. I'm not taking those. It's just like Lindsay's examples here. We've got the microfilm. You can't even read some of that stuff.
And then you lose the integrity of the record, and isn't that what we're all about?
Lizzie, what'd you bring your examples for? I mean, those old ones, like, just for the fact that this is.
Well, they stamp over the
the stamp, you can't even read it. I can't even tell what that stamp even says. I mean,
So that's obviously why the standards work.
Yeah, and then you're looking at like this, I have zero clue what that month is that was stamped. No clue. I mean, I'm gonna guess it's October because it's a half of a T, and I can look at the document before or after me, and then I can go back into my fee book and look at it. But I don't know. Stamps are over, and then you lose what's under that document. What am I missing? I mean, that clearly is in the document for a reason, or they wouldn't put it in there. So I just feel like we need to be cognizant. I mean, we all the time get kickback if you're the only county that does this. They tell us all this. However, I will forward something to my county attorney, and he's going to say, what's the code say? And I said, this is what 331.50. He says, it shall be, to be recorded, it shall have this. And does it meet that? No. Can he see that? Do you accept it? No. Send it back. And that's what we do. So, I mean, that's the other part of education and outreach of our association and sharing with the oath of office that you took to uphold the code and what is there. There's reason for it. But I could just be. And
you know, I mean,
I think our standards are great that we have.
I mean, look, this is a document, for instance, that was literally submitted to our county. I can't even, to look on this on my computer, I have to zoom in, and I have great eyes. But like the prepared by return to, you can't do that. And if it
So that's not an Iowa Land Records issue or a standards issue, that's a customer didn't follow doc formatting.
correct, but they're clearly submitting it to us, and so that's an education piece that we can share, that I know these are getting recorded throughout the county or throughout the state. And so that's what I'm saying is that if we are gonna push standards, we as an association need to adopt standards that we're all gonna follow.
So when you print that out, do you download it and then print it?
Yes,
Or you print it from Prism?
from Prism, yeah.
Okay, because it's different. I always make sure the girls download it, because sometimes when you download it and you tell it to print as submitted, some of those, they look like they're reduced, but actually they were submitted on 14-inch paper, and they're bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what tells me what it's gonna look like when it downloads. That's what I make my staff go back.
Scan them in the right way.
Yeah, because it'll always print littler,
Right.
So then
even on a regular download.
So then that turns into an education piece
Yeah.
from the team that, hey, this is the way this needs to be submitted. But I also think that the people that are submitting them are not the same people that are preparing the documents either.
Absolutely.
100% of the time, but I'm gonna say 95% of the time.
Yeah.
So how do we fix that, I think is the other thing is I'm trying to get to, is that what part of the education piece are we missing that, I mean, even the newsletters, the team does a great job sending out newsletters, but again, are the people that are receiving the newsletter and or reading the newsletter, the same person that it affects? And I think we can do better.
I can 100% tell you no, they're not. And I have an example of a document in Dallas County that was submitted through Simplifile that there was a problem with, and the preparer was an attorney that I have a relationship with downtown. But the closer is right up the street, you know? And it was fine, but it's two different people. She prepared the docs, she probably emailed them over, they printed them, they signed them.
Probably printed them front and back, and then they submitted them electronically front and back, and.
No, it wasn't front and back.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, that's another thing that we deal with, is we get them front and back, they hit the notary, put the notary seal in, and you can't read what comes through, and I can tell that that's front and back. That's not allowed electronically, or over the counter, without it being non-standard. But through e-submission, they might think we're dumb, I don't know, but we can see it, and we're gonna, we reject it.
We're not gonna fix it today.
No, I'm not saying that. I just want to keep having the conversation of, these are the things that we're seeing that are frustrating, that is, I don't know.
Education, I think, will, I mean, I know it's frustrating, but you have to continue to promote why we put standards in the first place, and the importance of why they're still needed, why we need a contact phone number for the preparer.
So,
It's going to be a good topic at school too, I guess, for everybody.
And I'm pretty legalistic, like, but I relaxed a little bit, like, on the 3 inches. I mean, if I can get that label on there, if there's something on the left, I've taken it, because I ended up thinking, well, if they have to record it, then they're gonna have to put a page, and I'm gonna get $5 more.
And I'm going to throw out
And just because I fought with the guy for a couple of days, and I'm just like, just take it, let's just get over it. And,
I went to trial last week and just got a call, got subpoenaed for next week for somebody that recorded documents that he went online, got them, obviously didn't follow document standards and all this stuff. And when I was up on the stand, most of the questions in that referred to kind of the document standards. So I did feel that I could say, yes, this is what we go by, this is why we have to have the preparers, return to it.
We've been in DNR court, so same thing, like we follow them because that's the law, that's what the law says. As it currently stands.
We're always gonna get you're the only county,
Yeah.
because some counties will pick anything and everything, no matter what it looks like, no matter where that's at everything. And I don't know how to fight that.
Right.
We have one in our district, and it's because that's the guidance of their county attorney. I mean, that's who's gonna defend them, and that's why they take everything, and I can't fault them for that, but I can't be faulted for following the rules.
By anyone,
Right.
no matter who.
I mean, if my county attorney said that's the way you have to do it, then I don't fault them for following that legal guidance
No,
at all, but if we have rules and I want to follow the rules.
So if I may, I would like to add a few comments. I look around the room and, I have completely new faces compared to 2006, 2007, 2008, or even later than that, where people that were really wanting to promote e-submission. And you guys are bringing a different perspective to the discussion. I'm not saying you're wrong, but it is different. And I cannot speak to the historical records that may not have conformed to what you would consider the standards to be today. But I can say that, generally speaking, the e-submission customers, that's who we deal with, are mostly compliant. And in most cases, if a document is declined, there are a few that just are serial abusers and keep sending the same thing in, but most of them make a good faith effort to address the issues that you identify. And I think our position has been a balancing act. I'm not going to deny it. We promote e-submission. We want people to use it. The lifeblood of this organization is based on that. It is. We're able to do all the things that we have been trying to do because we've had an increase in e-submission since 2006, and now we're approaching 60%. I'm not sure what will be this year with the economy, but that has made a difference in what we're doing. At the same time, if there is a real reason for declining something, Nancy says, that document is illegible. Do you guys remember how much trouble Nancy and others gave us a year and a half ago when the images were not being converted as well as they are today? You gave us the business, and we had to address it, and we did. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's a heck of a lot better than it was. And at the same time, that prior group did buy into the idea, which is still in our policy today, that if there's an issue that's really not material to, the recording process, a minor variation, if you will, was recorded. That's sort of the balancing act that we're striking today. And folks, stakeholders matter. We can't ignore what they say or do. You may not like it all the time. You may think they're poor performers and lack integrity or whatever you want to describe them as, because there are some that just submit some bad stuff. And then you have others that are adopting new technology and they don't necessarily control where DocuSign software places their stuff. So technically, yes, it violates the standard as it's described not only in our current policy, but also in the Iowa Code. But you can't deny the fact that you have those customers who are very important to us and to you, who would like to just see that recorded, and they don't understand why, because there's plenty of room for the stamp. What's the issue there? So, what approaches have we taken? We formed a working group in the standards subcommittee. They've been through section 1. And they identified a number of changes that would, quite honestly, modernize the standard. They did adapt some things like uniform 10-point type. They said 8-point type, unless you're a survey, you're out the door, right?
But how do you know that it's 10-point font without the characteristics that we have currently in the code?
Well, the bottom line is it legible, right? And come on, we know what 10-point type looks like. We know that. We don't have to get a measuring stick out to know what 10-point type is. The difference between 8 and 10 is discernible by the naked eye. So if it really isn't legible, you know. And if it's not legible, then who's going to argue with declining that document? And I don't mean to get into a post-discussion on that, but I hope you would agree, since the Standards Committee reached a consensus on the changes to Section 1, and they did. They reached a consensus on it without any heavy-handed pressure to say, yeah, these changes make sense. And we haven't been fast-walking, we've been slow-walking a discussion on possible changes to the rest of that section of 331, because we want to make sure that it has been thoroughly vetted and everybody's ideas are represented. But we have to also remember the context that we're working in, and that is, and this is where I'm coming from, is that there are some who would really like to see advocate and secure a change in the recording fee, which hasn't changed. Stakeholders are going to have a lot to say about whether that happens or not. And so that is why the general direction is we're going to develop some ideas for not just an increase of fee, but not possibly a modification of the structure of the fees. And there are going to be some things that go along with that. We're going to be asking stakeholders their opinion. What else can we do to make it better for you? We have already been on a path to try and improve communications with submitters. We added the element to e-submission where most of the browser-based submitters, their information is included in the information that's presented to you in e-submission. We've added the enhanced communication element to that so that it's easier to send a message. I know that not all of them read it. I know that, but it's there. We have on the drawing board, as one of the next priorities after we get the county upload API done, to update the external submitter API, which is simple file and CSV and whatever. And one of the things that we intend to incorporate in that is the same type of ability to see who was the original submitter. Who do I need to talk to about this error, which you don't see today? There are plans on the drawing board to do those things. So, I just want to encourage you to put all this in context, that there are some things in our code that could stand to be updated, that our code is not perfect. And I am unabashedly encourage you to review that and consider some updates that will strike a balance between getting quality records into your archive and facilitating the recording process so that we can accept things, because we changed the policy, right? We're changing the policy. change the policy, everybody agrees to the policy, we can move forward. So,
But we have a current policy that's not being set, so is that?
in some cases, that is true. There is a variance in implementation.
There'll still be a variance with county attorneys being the one to defend their county recorder. Every policy will have some variance still, no matter where we're at.
Yeah, uniformity's great to, strive for, but
At this,
99 counties and 99 ways of doing it.
And 99 county attorneys.
Yeah, because I've been resisting the $10. I probably lost my county thousands of dollars because they never, before me even, we didn't charge for the minor little things. But pretty much the only $10 in charge was double-sided, and that was it. I will not take them about that proposal. Sorry, not going to do it, because I feel that's important to my constituents and everybody else. It's important to me. I just, and I know we're fixing to go for a fee, and I've been thinking about this a lot lately, even since we talked. I don't know that we have to bend over to just what the stakeholders want. I mean, if we were to tell the banking organization, your farm has too little type here, they're not going to change that. We've had to take them with that type that's pretty darn small because they tell us we can't change that. Well, but we have to change what we want to fit them. I mean, we got to find a balance there. I mean, when we're dealing with them, because no, your form doesn't meet the current standards for pre-printed text. A lot of that, I don't know if anybody else sees it, but especially, oh gosh, I forget what company it is now.
well,
I don't know, Click and Load, because
now,
that may not be them, but
the consensus thing that came out of the Standards Committee, which, at least among those recorders, has been thoroughly vetted and presented here multiple times, would change the type standard to 10-point. No exception for pre-printed unless it's a survey, right?
So
That's what it says. This all is being discussed and given an opportunity for the bankers and the stakeholders to look at it. And I would anticipate, everybody, that there's be a dialogue with the stakeholders on this
it's not
and an opportunity to do that. But the stakeholders are important because we have to go through a political process.
They are important.
So I have a note here from Kim Painter. I would just say here that we're advised by the county attorney that we are a ministerial office as per the law, and we create greater legal exposure for our county if we reject other than non-statutory or nuisance liens, which we are directed to reject and which are nullified instantly if one gets by us in Iowa code, than if we accept. Also, within the industry, we hear a strong desire for counties to accept docs as tendered and let entities re-record them if there are issues. Larger players are fine with that expenditure, and they do not want rejection because of the legal consequence of a delay in recording. So I understand the concerns, but we are standing on a dangerous line if we are aggressively rejecting documents and just saying that's what we swore to do. I disagree with that characterization. Iowa is a so-called race-to-file state, and the legal rulings around that are old and established. I'm not going to sit there with a Pika stick and reject documents for it's not what I swore to do.
Since we've taken a good deal of time talking about this, I think this has been a healthy discussion. Please understand that this is the beginning of that discussion. I anticipate you're going to talk about issues just like this throughout 2024. That's what that process is about. So, Lindsay, you may find this hard to believe, but thank you for raising the issue because, it does need to be talked about. I appreciate it.
Lizzie, I have an example for you. Were you ever in office when Mary Lou was in office from Audubon? Okay. So I do remember at a, ISAC meeting, me standing up and saying, you shouldn't do that. And I don't remember what it was, but you shouldn't do that. And as I looked across the assembled recorders, I saw Mary Blue's face saying, but it's my office and that's what I'm gonna do. And that's what I see in you, and that's true for both of you. You know, those are your records. And is it frustrating that you're getting pushback? Yeah, it is.
Maybe we move on.
Yes.
Okay. Financial reports.
If anybody's following along, we're in page 17 of the packet. Pages 17 and 18. This is not everything we presented to the Finance Committee on Tuesday, but this does represent the core of the financial report in terms of the P&L. The reason that you're getting a report that looks like this is because of the split in our QuickBooks file in August. We had to move from a very large and unwieldy file to a new one, and we couldn't wait till the end of the year. This column on the far left, it's this sheet right here that has the yellow highlight at the top, and the top of it is labeled year-to-date 2023. The first column is from the new file, and then the middle column is from the old QuickBooks file, and the column on the far right represents the combined. Obviously, this is through September, and the new represents only a small portion of it, but if you want to see the whole year, that's how we have to put it together. And until we get to 2024, we're operating completely on the new file. This is the kind of report we have to present to you. I would focus your attention on the budgeted income on the right-hand side that has total income of through September, which is the third quarter, $1,402,731. And then if you flip the page over, you can see that there's another kind of orange highlight that does total budgeted expenses of $1,427,971. And so from a budget, there is a bit of a negative, but within the range of reasonableness, I would say. I would note that when you look at the total net income, we're looking at minus $300,000 in change, but keep in mind that we purposefully spent from the reserve fund over $271,000 for software development, primarily related to the search application, and then we did renew a software license where we use reserve funds as well. So from a budget perspective, we're about where we thought we were going to be, and you know, the main story really is about the expenditure of the reserve funds during the first 3 quarters. We're pretty much done with that now, but that is the story behind that. So yes, the total is a negative, but it was a planned negative because of the reserve fund. Then also in your packet, and this is page number 19, is the balance sheet as of September 30th, and the total assets and liabilities amount to $2,412,000 and change. Of that amount, $1,672,000 is in the Bankers Trust settlement account. Keep in mind that we are operating on an accrual basis, so there are some parts of that may not have yet been deposited in the bank, but that represents the total cash assets of the organization. We're going to get much deeper in the budget issues here, but I would present that as a financial report to you and request your acceptance and approval.
Does anybody have any questions? Anybody online have any questions?
I'll make a motion.
Do you want to go over everything and have one motion?
So
Or
you
you're just
wanna
doing a year-to-date?
approval on this, right?
Yes, I
Just
do need a motion,
Yeah.
to accept, please.
I'll make a motion to approve and accept the 2023 financial report.
Second that?
Jamie
Good.
seconded.
Natalie,
Okay, Natalie moved and Jamie seconded to approve year-to-date 2023 financial report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Anybody online say no? Motion carried.
Before you move on to the financial strategic review, I just want to report to you that as we approach the end of the calendar year, we will be seeking a new signature code for the Bankers Trust account with the, once we have new officers elected and so on. So I'm not doing that today. I just want to report to you that is going to be happening. So
metric.
if you're ready, I can move on to the budget review and analysis before we get into the amendment itself.
Do you wanna do metrics or not?
It's on the back of that.
So I'm looking at the metric sheet to begin with, page 20 of the materials, Lisa has it on the screen. And then behind that are a couple of memos. One of them is an email that I sent to this group and the Finance Subcommittee on October 30th, providing a background and history of what has happened with the financials over the course of the calendar year. And then on June 23 is the memo that I sent you separately on November 6th, outlining the major elements of the recommended budget and the driving forces behind it. The main driving force is obviously that we are seeing the income from e-submission primarily decline as a result of the changes in the economy. That has affected us two ways. One is because overall recording is down, so is e-submission, but because overall recording is down, that also has reduced our income from Fund 255. And those two things together really put us in a challenging position. Just as a matter of information, we can get more into some of this a little bit later on in the agenda, but I guess I would just say that we are looking at every component of the budget to say, is there something that we can do differently that would be maybe less expensive and more efficient? One of those things is we have issued an RFI. This one was done under my company's name because I wanted to be less government sounding when we gathered this service providers that we have in this office for the staff devices and also the use of our Microsoft 365 account. And then if you turn, and that's on page 25, if you look at page 26, and you can see that we're issuing an RFI for alternative office space. Later on in the agenda, Lisa is going to give a thorough explanation of that, but, you know, okay, we spend $2,050 a year out of the budget for office space
A month, not a year.
a month for office space for the team. Are there better alternatives? Just as a matter of factual information, page 27 is a short spreadsheet that shows what the actual cost of operating this office is, including HVAC and utilities and office cleaning altogether. So those are numbers from this past year that are actuals that you can use for comparison purposes. As Lisa mentioned earlier, we're doing a review of our payment gateway, expenses, making sure that that is all the way it should be, and that we are not paying any hidden fees that we shouldn't be. Another aspect of this is that if you were to look ahead to page 89 and look at the support issue for Nancy, one of the things that we had on the back of this is look at a redaction system to see, you know, that's a minimum $4,500 a month expense. We've done it that way since I forget when we actually started it, but you know, we sort of been operating under the pleasant atmosphere of being able to tell people that every single document we post online is inspected for PII, and we've been using the same service provider for a number of years. That service provider was recently bought out by Tyler Technologies. It's time that we take a look at that. Maybe there are some different ways that we can address PII issues that might save us some money in the budget. So we have to put a budget together for the end of the calendar year here and for 2024, but I don't want you to think that the budget work is just going to be done, that there are other things that we're going to be continuing to look at as we move forward. So I'm just going to pause for questions about the background before we get into the budget itself.
So, every paper document that we mail back to attorney or banks, we send the info sign up to e-submit. Do you have any sort of new material with the 2.0 update that we could stuff in our envelopes about signing up?
We can work on that. I mean, we've done a lot of communications as far as electronic through the newsletters. Anyone who is an e-submission customer, we've blasted repeatedly with emails to get them to, because they had been converted to eSub 2.0, to get them to Search 2.0. Now we're working to get anybody on their team who is not a submitter moved on to Search 2.0, and we're seeing applications daily, both individuals, so maybe it's something Nancy wants to use at home, got her individual username. And then,
But yeah, just to promote subscribing to e-submissions, all of our paper documents we stuff in that old paper. And then we have also had...
shoot me a scan of that so we can see what it looks like and update that, because I think it was
Yeah,
published
I've
before.
inquired,
Okay.
Ish. I mean, it's the last one that you guys did, but I've checked
So
in
I'm gonna
here and
put
there to
that
see
was
if there was a new
before.
one, but thinking now about 2.0.
Yep.
It would, you're right, it would not have been 2.0.
Right.
That was whatever materials were made before I started in January. So, if you guys agree that that needs to change,
I mean, that would be,
support having some kind of handout to include with that. But if you could make a scan, as Lisa said, and send that to us so we can see exactly what there is, and maybe it's worth having another communication out to the association saying, if you are mailing something,
Right.
here's the updated stuff that.
if you want to send it. I mean, I promote every day our envelopes. If we're mailing it back, I'm promoting. So it's how much do you want me to help you, which helps me. I mean, we do it every day. I'll have my girls scan it and send it shortly. But also, we've had like our local attorneys who may be users on Legacy. I've had a couple of them ask me, is something changing? And so I've said yes. Did you receive correspondence? They're just kind of verifying, And I'm like, oh yeah, we've been on 2.0 for quite some time. You probably got a message
About
signing.
8 weeks ago is when we really said to everybody, let's get the conversion to 2.0. If you're, Search 2.0, if you're not an e-submission customer. We rolled that gradually because, Corey and I are 1.5 people. Right. That's all we can support. And it's different. I mean, it is different. If you've gone out there and searched, it's different. So there are a lot of questions. Passwords are different. You know, it still gets my Slack messages that are like, how can you get so to not give a password kind of thing? So, but about 8 weeks ago on the Legacy site, we posted a message that said, hey, this is going away and you should sign up. And so we started to see folks, individuals. If an individual comes in with a business email address, as an example, Farm Service, we call them and talk to them and say, hey, as an individual, this is what you can do. We think a better Iowa Land Records experience for you would be a business account, and you should talk amongst yourselves in your office to determine who the admin with that would be. And we have probably opened 30 Farm Service business accounts with multiple users underneath it. So that was posted, and then 2 weeks ago we posted sometime after Thanksgiving, you know, it's going to go away. And then I think we have to be cognizant, too, of not everyone is a regular, daily, weekly, monthly. And when they get on there, they panic. Like, what do you mean I'm not going to be able to use this? Is this going to cost me money now? So there's lots of questions. But, yes.
And if a new individual, so, I mean, every week I have some John Doe that we give them the option of where to go to get their document for free. So as I understand it right now, if they're signing up first time as person, is it Legacy or 2.0?
It could be either.
Well, they're talking to us if they're going to Legacy. We are.
If it's
John Doe?
but if they Google it, they're going right to that Legacy. If you Google Iowa Land Records, you're going to Legacy.
Right. Yes.
So I think there needs to be communication to recorders about, like, I step them through. You're going to go to Iowa Land Records. You're going to sign up to be a user. You're going to create your username and password. You're going to select Cedar County from the map. You're going to hit continue search. You're going to put it in this book and page under advanced search tab. So if you could give some people which way, because how I walk them through signing up is going to be different on 2.0, right?
Yes. They're going to have to submit an application. There's an individual application.
Right.
And we would, if they do just assume some aspect, we would want everybody to be directing every individual, if they're a citizen or a genealogy researcher or whatever, they're acting on their own, they should be directed to our application form. And even if they submit the wrong form, Corey and Lisa are, what do you do?
Yeah, but my one gal, I think, went to Legacy.
Right.
But
It's still out there. It's still useful.
But I don't want it. Then they call me back and said, you're wrong, you didn't step me through. I knew it was in limbo with everybody transitioning, but like I told our attorney that was asking me, we've tested the system for you. We've been on it for a while. You know, some of those bugs are worked out, and now he's got to learn how to search. So I was like, just call me. I think you'll like it.
It's different, but you'll like it.
But yeah, those people searchers that are in limbo is what I was kind of worried about.
Okay.
For now, there is current language in the newsletters that kind of help guide through that. And you can also find past newsletters if you don't want to dig through your inbox on the hub. And additionally, if you go to our public website, go to the search records page, there is a FAQ section. There's full demos on that page and also on YouTube. And we can report that there are a lot of people going to our YouTube channel and watching the full demonstration. We have a couple of short videos, but a lot of people are going there. So also, there was a newsletter sent today that asked about resources relating to search and e-submission. So if you guys have any specific ideas or specific requests, that's another opportunity to do so. So heard.
So is the application on?
Yes, if you go scroll to the top,
Okay.
and or
Request an account and.
see up at the very top.
Yeah, but that says business application, I'm talking about individual.
Yep. Here, look at, watch Nancy, watch up here.
No.
Request an account,
Mhm.
and then scroll down, it says, we requested an important note, if you are an individual, please go here.
Okay.
And there's the individual account application.
I just would reiterate, as we have posted on the Legacy website, we are targeting before Christmas as the end of Legacy. So I'm sure that, that will prompt a lot of applications for the procrastinators
So
out
there's
there.
what one message looks like.
Could there be a button though that says for individuals, because I mean, there's,
Okay, so this is what the home screen looks like, and then after you log in, look, there's more. And it says search or citizen or YouTube. So,
but if they're on two, they might just click that and see business, and then if they call me. Because it says business, are you gonna read all the way down? I don't know.
No, I'm gonna call you.
Yeah,
they're gonna call us. Trust me.
yeah.
And you're gonna call us back if you have a question, then we're gonna.
I just wondered if there couldn't be a separate.
I try to give as much information when I have them on the phone as possible about, you're gonna have to go here, don't forget this webinar is out there, that it's an exact name match. If I were to enter Lindsay's name only in Legacy, your last name only, I would get, but in 2.0, I have to enter an exact match first name or L and a wild card.
It used to have, the other day when I was on there, it didn't have the thing about the wild card off to the side. About
Next time you have that, send me a screenshot. Okay?
I'm just wondering, to save calls, though, if that important note is put at the top, it says if
You
you're an
can take a look at
individual.
that.
I mean, I didn't see it at first. I didn't read the whole thing. I saw business. I'm like, okay, where's personal? Because I'm, of course, don't search for that myself.
Okay.
I just. Question. Okay.
A good sidebar conversation there. Are there any questions about the background information provided to you concerning the financial trends and issues that we're dealing with? Anything about that? And then, Nancy, I'll maybe give you the option, since we are right at noon, we could take time for a lunch break and tell people to come back, and then we can dive into the meat of the budget. We do have a number of action items left to do today, so we'll take the time that we need. But what would you say? A 15-minute break, and then we'll be type of thing.
Come back at 12:10. It's 12:03.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So for those of you who are online, we're going to pause for 15 or so minutes, and please, you can just log out and log back in a bit. You can hang up and then dial back in, whatever works for you. Thanks for your patience, and we will now take a short break.
I'm recording. Yes, thank you. Okay. That's good for everyone.
Welcome back. Okay.
And once in,
Okay. Better?
we're ready.
Okay. Looks like we are on the budget review in action.
So, obviously, there's a budget amendment for the remainder of 2023 and a proposed budget for 2024. The document and information before you represents the recommendations of the Finance Subcommittee. They met on Tuesday and reviewed this. They did adopt it without modification. The primary if you have a desire to change anything, it is your prerogative to do so. The background document that I shared with you, I think particularly with respect to, calendar year 2023, summarized the efforts that we have made to review, individual budget line items and to, make savings wherever we could. An example of that would be that we have pretty much ended, our education and outreach activities, except for a few vital things as we close the year, and generally have tried to economize wherever we can. I would say that if we were looking at the budget for 2023 a month or so ago, we were projecting budget deficit of somewhere around $47,000. With the changes that we have made and the adjustments that we have made, that has been down to a negative $17,941. Obviously, we do not enjoy being in a budget deficit, and certainly that was not our intent. But I think have experienced, as I said before, the change in needs submission and also and reporting activities generally, have had a very real impact on our revenue stream. I don't believe that, I guess I would think that in terms of our expenses, the amendment that we adopted is a projected expenditures of about $1,850,000. The budget amendment that we're presenting to you reduces expenses to $1,771,000, so that represents about $79,000 decline in expenditures. The income, as of May, the budget was up $1,850,000. The proposed amendment estimates revenue $1,753,000, and that is a $97,000 decline rounded. While not a position that we want to be in, we feel like, in the grand scheme of things, in terms of the finances, that being in the negative $18,000, it could have been worse. The budget amendment before you basically can be described as follows, and that is anything that you see that's highlighted in sort of the burnt orange color, as has been our practice in the past, represents simply a conversion from a budget estimate to actual numbers. The middle column for August, that's highlighted in green, also is a conversion from budget to actual, but I'm highlighting it because we had to assemble information from two different accounting files in order to come up with the totals. The good news is that the totals do reconcile with our bank statement, and I am very confident that that is accurate. September and October are highlighted in blue because we just finished the reconciliation of September. We have not yet finished the full reconciliation of October accounts. And so I cannot represent them as being the final numbers. That said, they've been thoroughly reviewed, and we believe both the income and the expenses, if not exactly the right number, they're very, very, very close to the actual expenditures and revenue for that period. So that leaves November and December, and obviously we're about a third of the way through the month of November and have all of December left to go. And where budget changes could be made, they have been made in this category. A couple of examples of reductions that we made. We, in consultation with Kelly, basically reviewed some of our technology expenditures, and in some areas we have been able to save because we're shifting our certificate provider from one company to another. That saved us about $4,000. On the other hand, we have been compelled to proceed with the migration of a firewall from equipment that we own to a managed service. There is a migration expense that we're going to incur, probably be in December, and that will be about $4,000. So that kind of ends up being a wash. There are things like in education and outreach that we made a decision that we did not want to make, but we made a decision to discontinue our subscription to Salesforce. It's not that we are not committed to using a CRM system or that we disliked Salesforce. It's just that it was a $3,000 item that, in terms of what we were getting in the ROI, just didn't affect everything else that we had to do. So we moved it from the budget. Another example is that we are discontinuing our subscription to Adobe Connect as of December, and therefore this is the last meeting that you're ever going to have on Adobe Connect, and we'll be moving fully over to Zoom. I know some of you are big fans of that since, but it is about a $600 savings by consolidating all of our activity into one provider. We have Adobe Connect as it was reconfigured a fair trial, and determined that Zoom is probably the preferred platform going forward. I won't go through everything, except to just say that we did go through every line item and made changes where we could. There is a modest adjustment in other parts of the marketing budget that starts to take effect in December, but will be moving forward until we get into council. I would be happy to, maybe the right thing to do is just simply and answer the questions that you may have about any particular line item for the remainder of calendar 2023.
So can you remind me, the legal fees that we paid, that's just a retainer, correct?
To
for Gentry?
Yeah, that is a retainer fee. And they did not change their fee.
Okay.
It is not representing increase. What I meant to say is they haven't changed their fee for 2023. Just saying.
Have any questions?
And you have the option, you can have together or separately as you desire. If there are no questions, I can go ahead with the step 2024. So it is said in the summary memo, obviously we making changes in our revenue estimates. We started out 2023 with what we thought was a conservative estimate, and that has been modified because, correct or not, we're basically expecting that 2024 is going to be about the same as 2023. For finance subcommittee, we really don't see anything happening that's going to make it much worse, but we also don't anticipate that it's going to make it much better. And we can expect more of the same through 2024, and that's how we compiled the revenue estimates. You can see that overall revenue proposed or estimated for 2024 would be $1,764,000 change. On the expense side of the equation, it was a little bit easier to make adjustments in expenditures. We did go through and look at every line item and adjust. But there are some things in terms of the software license subscriptions that, they're affected by inflation, and the vendors are increasing their fees. And some of them are in a critical path where we just cannot pivot to some alternative very quickly. So those types of things are reflected. Things that were more or less fixed cost, we try to keep about the same as this past year. So there's no increase in office space expense, and pretty much what's representative for the staff is in terms of compensation levels. We probably won't revisit that until we get to February, maybe May, and we'll see how the numbers look then as to whether or not we can do anything with that. As I shared with you in the memo, and I would just affirm to you that some of these things that are represented here have been discussed with representatives of the Executive Board of the County Reporters Association in preparation for today. I will defer to any of them to make any comment that they wish to make, but there really are four main things that are happening here to help us manage the budget, other than sort of the line-by-line adjustments that we made. One of them is the compensation freeze that I've already mentioned. Another is to sustain our commitment to the MOU and the major project relating to exploring and advocating for a change in recording fees, which also would have a subsidiary effect on ESS. But to retain that, three other changes were proposed. One is a reduction in the cost sharing credit. This past year, that is the current year, 2023, we allocated $170,000 in change to the cost sharing credit. This would represent, and I would emphasize the word temporary, a temporary reduction in that amount of $55,000 to $115,000 in cost sharing credit. That means that when we issue the invoices in May for the cost sharing amounts for the local service provider maintenance fees, which are going to increase by 3.2% next year based on the decision of the Social Security Administration, which is our benchmark that individual counties may likely be asked to pay more this year than they have in recent years. Those decisions, or any decisions about that, really won't be made until February, when this committee convenes to look at the each-emission ratios and make some final determinations. And in February, they turn around. Certainly there could be a budget amendment considered to adjust that if necessary. The next item that does represent a change from what would ordinarily be in our budget, that's on page 32, and in the general category of software license and maintenance. It's this page that looks like this. You see that there are a number of highlighted software license maintenance expenses that are zeroed out. And generally speaking, those represent expenditures that we're going to consciously dip into the reserve funds to pay for in the first half of calendar year 2024. If you look at the far right-hand side of the page, the amounts that are zeroed out that are going to be taken from reserve are listed in that right-hand column. So, as an example, for licensed student to use PRISM, which is the image viewer that we use in e-submission, that $22,100 expenditure will be taken out of the reserves in calendar year 2024. And right on down the line, JetBrains, which is software that our developers use, that's a $2,000 item that will be taken out of the reserve. At the bottom of the page, under the month of March, there is a scheduled system equipment replacement, which I believe is support for our storage devices that are used in the operation of the ILR system. That's a projected $14,200 expense that would come from the reserve. And then DB2, which is our primary database engine for the entire system, that is projected to be a cost of $10,200 that would be paid from the reserve. And then last but not least, there's a thing called SUSE, which is operating software for our Linux systems that we operate on. That's an projected $8,500 expense that would be paid for from the reserve. So a little bit more taken out of the reserve than we are doing in the cost sharing program. But what we tried to do is reach some balance there. We didn't want to go and take everything out of the reserve, and we didn't want to put all of the burden on the cost sharing credits. We tried to even that out as much as we could, taking into account that we're also imposing the wage freeze. And then the last and substantive item that I would identify is that if you go back to page 31 and you look at the marketing and communications category at the bottom, under communications coordinator, we are making a very difficult decision to modify that position from a full-time position to a half-time position. We did analyze that, and everybody's important on the team, but there were certain, I would say, essential functions that we believe needed to be maintained, and that is where the adjustment is being made. If you're curious about why some of the cells associated with human resources, including the compensation provided to the ESS employees, why are they highlighted in that gold color? And the reason for that is because there are 2 months in the year where we have 3 pay periods. So that just is an explanation about why those numbers might be higher than the other months. So again, let's kind of go into the top of the line, revenue of $1,764,000 and change, and then we're looking at expenditures of, on the right page here, expenditures of $1,762,000 and change for projected expenses, and we end up with a positive balance of $378. I would say that it should be better than that, because even though we really had to tighten our belt more than we usually have done, we did make a conscious attempt to maybe be a little bit conservative on what the projected revenue might be, and similarly, we tried to be on the high end where we thought we could be on the expense side. So the hope is that the economy at least doesn't get any worse than it is right now for the real estate industry and the recording industry in particular. This is where we ended up. are other options, that, can be considered, but, they would be, also painful. So, those are the four things, the four main adjustments that we made besides the individual line item review. Both versions, the 2023 amendment and the calendar year 2024 budget were presented and discussed pretty thoroughly by the Finance Subcommittee on Tuesday. They have recommended their approval, and I would be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
I have a question on the 2024 budget. Is this including Bob Rafferty?
Yes. Yes, and that would be under the line item called government elections. Yes, that is still included. And I have included it because, we obviously have the benefit of retaining census in the team, and I expect her to be doing a lot of work for the project, specifically relating to the MOU. We will benefit greatly from having the experience of Bob and Nick as a part of the team, and I do believe that is a very worthy investment considering the agenda that we will be working on.
Can I ask, Stacy's online, can I ask her for opinion?
Stacy, can you hear?
If she agrees that we need to continue to retain Bob.
Stacy, can you hear?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you hear Jolene's question?
I'm sorry, I didn't. I was trying to jump on.
So Lindsay asked if Bob Rafferty's services were retained in the budget. Phil said yes, they were, and provided why he thought that was important. Jolene's question, I believe, is, do you agree with that decision? That having Bob's experience and Nick's experience is important?
Since we have census on
I-
this question.
I do. I think Bob and Nick have a lot of relationships developed at the Capitol and Phil. And I think, honestly, to get our recording fees in 2025, I really do think we need them along with Census and myself and Megan. That's my personal opinion. But honestly, a lot of the work they do, they're always thinking outside of the box how it can suit Iowa Land Records and ESS. That's my feeling. It's all about establishing relationships and building upon that between now and not next legislative cycle, but in 2025. So I really do think it's important to have them, if we're going to get this passed and over the hurdle, to have them involved. I do.
We're talking from a budgetary standpoint, that's $23,000.
Yeah.
That is,
Questioning it too.
if
Mhm.
we, I mean, how many do we need?
Right.
Yeah, that's, I would question the same thing.
No, I agree. It is a lot of money, but if you reached out to the Iowa Bankers Association and asked them how much they pay their lobbyist, or Farm Bureau how much they pay their lobbyist, I think we're getting a really good deal. I mean, honestly, I just don't feel like we're ready to cut those ties, and that would include Megan and I and Census being at the Capitol every day, making those relationships, going to a lot of the stakeholder meetings. So that's my opinion. Take it as you will, but honestly, I think having them is really imperative for us to get these fees increased in 2025. I really do. So I don't know if anyone else wants to jump on, but you guys know, politics, there's a lot about relationships, and Bob has been with us from the very beginning. He understands Iowa Land Records. He understands the relationship and how important ESS is. So I think I know it's hard times right now watching every dollar, but I think it's worthwhile. So.
And did everyone see Kim's comment?
Thank you, Stacy.
And
You're
that was
welcome.
kind of my thing. I don't know that now is the time to maybe break those ties if we're going, because this is gonna be a big,
Yeah.
I was questioning it.
yeah, no, and I get it,
From the
yeah.
budget standpoint.
Yeah, we had talked about it with the executive committee too, and it's just
Right.
like, oh, I know, but it's gonna have to be a big push to get it through, so
Like how much time is put in?
Well,
we don't get a
Well-
time report for Bob, he is
Maybe
retained.
that's not the right way to say it, I guess, but.
well, I would say Bob spends more time working for us than he wants to, and he describes me as a very demanding boss, and he gets paid a lot more to do a lot less for other people, and I tell him that his other bosses are just too damn crazy. So I feel like we're getting it, and I'm resonating with what Stacey said, and maybe Kim's comment too, that, you know, the relationships are there. I wish to take nothing away from the census. I'm looking at the census, so I wish to take nothing away from the census, because this will be your second year at the Capitol. Just recently, on October 31st, Census and I and Bob had a sit-down with Doug Stroop, who's the chief lobbyist for the Bar Association, over in the Kearney Appleby offices downtown. And we used that as an opportunity to talk about a number of things, a number of policy issues, but one of them was to begin to introduce the idea that there may want to be a discussion about recording fees over the next year leading up to the 2025 session. Didn't get into a lot of detail, but that conversation was very beneficial. And I think the beneficial part of it is, and no disrespect, that would have been difficult for Census to do, is because Bob and I know them personally over many years. And it's just a different conversation when you begin to introduce a new idea that isn't certain to not be controversial, certain to be, it's a challenging issue. I'm trying to say that. And, you know, when we left the meeting, you know, some stakeholder groups, if you don't have that relationship, they would just tell you to go fly a kite. And Doug's response, and he's a very important guy, his response was, okay, we'll take a look at that. You kind of challenge us to do your homework, make sure you got a solid case to make. And we in turn asked him to ask for his help to communicate with his members to make sure that they were engaged. And I think that ended up being a very productive meeting. And we're going to have many more of those with the other stakeholder organizations. And when we start getting something more solid put together in the way of a proposal, then, you know, we're going to be asking recorders to participate in communicating with their stakeholders and policymakers. Census and Christian have already started a process of trying to promote engagement among recorders, including, you know, have you identified your top 10 stakeholders in your community? And that newsletter that's going out today says send them a greeting card this year. Stay engaged with them. Those types of things are going to be happening, and at some point, as things begin to come together, your leadership, you know, is going to be more directly involved in some of those discussions. So I can only give you my professional opinion that those types of relationships carry great value, even though we might be doing most of the water carrying up on the Capitol, and, you know, that kind of thing is important. And my sense is that the agenda that we're talking about is big enough and important enough that it's worth that investment, even though we're dealing with a tight budget.
So we have a couple more comments from the people online. This is Sue Meyer. We already did this one from Kim. So Sue Meyer, I totally agree with Kim. Bob's connections will be valuable. Bob is there daily during session. Also, census has been great. Her and Bob give us, ICRA, great presence at the Capitol. Kim, it's heavy lifting, and as we reporters know what it means to be singled out in the melee that is the State House and picked on for no good reason. We need a strong defense, to use a sports analogy, and we get a real boost from Bob and ILR staff overall. Such great relationships, we can be scuttled quickly by a negative response from the Iowa bar or mortgage bankers. The outreach Phil and all of them is truly priceless in this arena. Stacy, stepping away, she'll be back. Okay. I can leave that up there if somebody wants to read it again.
I think I just want to note that Bob has been, part of that capital for a long time, which means he has some very ancient relationships that are easy for us to access. And some of the information that we want to get from the different stakeholders, he also has them in other projects. So sometimes what happens is we go to a meeting with a senator, they already have a list of things from their end, and they're able to make sure that they include ours in it so that we finish it all as a package. That makes a huge difference. And I think if we look at the legislatures that we have, the dynamics are so different that every lobbyists are working 3 as a team, some are 4, because they are trying to attack each and every section. And with this legislation that we're going for, it needs all of that. For us to have the success that we really need, it needs them. They've been really helpful in that sense.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone, we did have that coordinator 2 weeks ago. And we talked about.
Maybe talk up louder so everybody can hear you.
When we were talking about expenses, where the executive board stood on, like, coming up on the MOU and where money was going and coming out of, and it was a pretty good discussion on that. Do we need them doing that? And Stacy said the same thing that we do right now to working on it for coming out of spring.
Understandable.
Thank you. Yes. And we'll talk about the MOU later, but that is in here. It's, greater than it was last year, but that is mainly to do with who are pursuing this fee increase, however it may be. We're gonna have.
And we can retain that?
No, not every year, that's been brought up.
That's on a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, that's another conversation, so, no.
That's, we can, for now, but we also can't, depending on what the property tax
It's gonna be huge, yeah.
impacts each of us, and then a reduction to our cost sharing. And then if we're looking at fee increases, it could really impact all of our budgets.
It's, I don't know what kind of territory to call it, but it's certainly unknown as to what's gonna happen with the economy and everything. But I guess it's just it's an investment to try to get what we want. Look at it as an investment, hopefully we'll get money back on that investment. I guess that's the best way to put it. On the cost sharing, like, I'm gonna budget for what it would be without any refund.
That's how I do it every
I
year.
think most people, do you do that? Okay, all right.
I just had district meeting yesterday, and like half of us have done like the average that we've paid over the last several years, and half of us budget for the full amount. So I think that really needs to be communicated
Now,
Yeah,
now.
that we're working on budgets.
Like 3 or 4 of us that were already working on budget, so if we're gonna be paying more, we need that information.
So you had this before, did you say anything about that it would be reduced?
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll just send a general one. To everybody. Come on.
Let me get this
Get the total? Okay.
We actually talked about that yesterday.
I think the benchmark, that I would suggest that we be communicating is that our agreements with the local service providers, we pretty much know what the class is gonna be. The 99 counties, we know what the class was last year. We know that the increase is gonna be the inflation adjustment from the Social Security Administration. And that figure represented in your budget worksheet is $311,845. You divide that by 99, or you subtract 115 from that, and then divide by 99. That's on average what every county would be asked to contribute. You know, at $170,000, I know other people wanted us to keep increasing that, or just to have us take it over altogether, but at the $170,000 level, we were paying over 50% of that. That kind of dropped back a little bit, and then, again, another part of the message is, God, please, can the economy rebound a little bit? And hopefully this is just a temporary circumstance so that we can bump that back up again. That is clearly the intent, but that $311,000 is a pretty firm number about what overall is service providers. And honestly, I've said this before, I could quibble and say, okay, you know, we can negotiate harder with them, but my sense is we don't have a system if we don't have everything connected together, and it's just a necessary expense, so we gotta figure out how to do it. Other questions?
I don't remember any more from the finance committee meeting. I don't remember any other questions. Okay. If not, I'll entertain a motion. Somebody say something. Okay. To approve both of these, the 2023 amended and the 2024 initial budget. Or you can do them individually. It's the ILR conference, the fall conference.
We sometimes known as the Deputies Conference, and that is in the budget. Generally, that's a bookkeeping thing, for the registration fees, pay for the expenses, so that's why it's still on there.
And remind me, the office lease space, this is what it currently stands at, where, in this current location, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And you're looking at other options. It's coming up.
The answer is yes.
Do you all work more remotely than you used to?
I don't,
Overall, yes.
Overall, yes.
Overall, yes.
Remember, we used to have all three developers
Yeah.
here.
Right.
I'm here every day. Kay is here 3 days a week. Kristen, 3 days. Census, most of the time with this session coming up, she'll be at the Capitol, but Corey's here every morning.
I mean, I guess what I'm seeing is nobody wants to make that. So, or other questions, and
Or if you have suggestions as to how it can be.
You know, and
You have to have
I would use the office space as an example, and the same, I would say the same about the IT review, the same about maybe our review of production procedures, is that, there are some things here that just represent status quo, that, okay, it's sort of a known expense if we don't do something different than what we're doing today. As we get into the 2024 calendar year, I would just affirm that those issues are going to be reviewed and decisions made about doing something in the alternative. It's just not going to come together today. So if we kind of approve the budget the way it is, as presented, and we identify cost savings, then that can be implemented, and then that would be reflected in the P&L statement, obviously, and a possible budget amendment in February or May.
Is the negative amount for 2023 that we end on reflected in our 2024 budget? I mean, clearly we can't end in a negative. It would need to carry over, right? Is that reflected anywhere, or we actually, because our end number wouldn't be the proposed end number?
The answer is that the reality is that will have to come from the reserve. And then you're starting 2024 with a clean slate.
Okay.
We don't operate or have to operate in the same sort of stringent rules that maybe a county or a city might have to in terms of the Department of Management. But, and this would not be the first time that we've had a close budget. But I think what we do then is everything gets disclosed in our annual audit. It's just a fair representation of our financials, and everybody that is in a position of authority that we felt with the state is okay with us doing that. It's not what we want to do, obviously, but I can't make that up easily. And the reality is it's just going to be a number that we have effectively paid for out of the reserve.
I'm sure it's there somewhere. What's our reserve at?
If you go back to the balance sheet, and that's on page 19 of your materials, so, we have, 410,000 and change in our software reserve, a $38,000 balance in our unrestricted reserve, 53,000 and change in our tax reserve, and then we have a standing restricted reserve of $100,000. And then our operating account, that is the day-to-day cash flow, is just a little over $1 million.
And do you see, are you gonna be requesting anything? Which is the right question, kind of reserve, yeah.
The only thing that potentially is we have a understanding authorization through December 31st. I think we have about $25,000 left that we potentially could use what we have for special software development activity. Otherwise, we don't have anything on the docket. That's the only potential.
And these things that were taken out under the software license maintenance, is
And
it
that,
coming out of reserves?
if we did that, it
If
would
we
come
did
out
that.
of the software reserve.
The software, okay.
Yes. And you had previously authorized that.
Yes.
And we did do a small project with Lean Techniques, earlier this fall. The software developer that we would use if we were gonna do that, I'm not sure there's gonna be available. And then the authorization ends December 31st. That was the time period you authorized. So unless I came back to you and asked for another authorization, that would be done. Oh, we got it together again to do something else. We're happy to have Nancy back from maternity leave. She's jumped in, and as I said, I'm hoping to gain some development time just by doing the firewall change. It's going to free up some of Kelly's time so that we can have more time to do development and or support. I would tell you I do not anticipate coming to you with a big reserve expense in circumstances. If I were, it probably would be to explore the creation of a license renewal system for all counties, similar to what Lynn County has built. And the reason I could justify that maybe is that it might have a greater revenue stream that would provide an ROI. But other than that, I don't have anything on the docket.
And all of Lynn counties has been paid, any expense they've paid, we haven't incurred any.
Yeah,
Working that out.
we haven't been getting rich off of it, but it is generating a small revenue stream, so that is, there are other things, you know, I'm kind of looking down at the end of the table, you know, in terms of, discussion about things like having a flood notification type of system in place. Those types of things could be rolled into the big initiative, okay? In terms of the overall fee increase, and there are things that can be packaged together that would enable those types of project activities. But I'm going to point back to that last page again. If you want to know what we're really focused on right now, it's on the last page of your package.
Why don't we take them separate then? Is there a motion to approve the amendment to the 2023? Let's take a vote.
No, is Kristen planning on staying? Is she?
I'm sorry.
The
Repeat that.
question was, with a part-time position, will Kristen continue the project?
Yes. I don't know where she went, but we have already worked out an arrangement for her to convert to a part-time position, which she has accepted. And actually, there's an action item in here relating to that later on in the agenda. Not an easy thing to do. Certainly, nothing she sought, but something had to be done somewhere. And let's face it, our overall marketing activity, I practically have zeroed out the education and outreach budget. So, we're going to be able to do things, I think, with her part-time to, keep a monthly newsletter and to maintain new content on the information hub and our website generally. But, some of the other still very valuable things, they're just going to have to do for themselves. And depending on how things go, you know, the door's open to kind of reverse direction on returns. And, you know, we have a lot of things that we want to do with revenue returns, but, you know, that is one of the options. So, so that has been a difficult thing to do, but,
Is it, how many hours?
yeah.
One.
Don't be concerned. Kristen and I have lots of long talks about this, and, you know, I think the way we're trying to handle it is as good as it can possibly be, and, you know, I wanted to make sure that Kristen knew that there was absolutely nothing about this as performance related. This is just a difficult circumstance that we're in, and we made a judgment about where it needed to be made, and we're going to do everything we can to provide support and assistance to Kristen going forward. So she's been a great member of the team, so I don't want you to feel like there's anything else going on.
For me, it's just important, we have excellent staff at Iowa Land Records, and if we have the excellent staff we do, I want to do what we can to keep them.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely glad you're saying.
Like, I haven't been here for very long, but I'm really attached, and there was an internal debate on if I should leave or if I'd be willing to be part. I mean, I think I said to Phil first if being part-time would be an option.
Mm-hmm.
So it just sucks, but, you know, nobody's in a great position right now. I really appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you saying.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're doing a great job for us.
So it's just temporary, or going part-time, like for the foreseen future? Or, I mean,
Well,
with the possibility of
you can do anything. I think that right now it is kind of permanent part-time, okay? And then if things happen and we have options together, and Kristen and I have talked about that, there's an opportunity maybe to increase hours. It might not immediately go to full-time, or maybe, you know, it's not. And then, well, there are other options that Kristen and I were talking about that could open up new opportunities for her as well. So, without being too specific about it, but we've had good discussions, and we're going to do everything we can to help, even in a difficult situation. Again, I do not want to get into a discussion about comparative value or anything, but, you know, we did have to do an analysis about, you know, what do we absolutely have to do, and, you know, this all went into the equation of making that choice, and I will own that, but I think it is the right choice for where we are right now.
Well, I'll make the motion to approve the 23 amendment to the 24 budget.
Jamie, if you to approve both of these budgets, is there a second?
I would second. See any way around it.
And we have Linda. Yeah. Okay, so Jamie has moved and Denise seconded to approve the 2023 final budget amendment and the 2024 initial budget. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay, motion
what's your
carries.
magic, Phil?
Yeah, we all kind of have to. All right, contract is the contract agreement with, or the MOU with ICRA?
I guess I just would, say that, we, and the members of the executive board have frank conversations with each other, over the last, month or so. And I think it would be fair to say that at one point in time, we weren't necessarily on the same page. We managed to work through, that, and some of the things that we talked about, relating to the budget and others were part of that conversation, and based on that discussion, we prepared a revised amendment. So the original version of the amendment looked a little bit different from this. But this represented, I think, the consensus position of, I guess, ESS, and the Executive Board of County Recorders Association. I think the operative thing that I would direct your attention to is on page 36, which is the scope of work. And essentially, this all has to do with developing policy and plans that could lead to legislation in the 2025 legislative session. And it involves developing policy relating to recording fees and related fees, and it also involves the development of, I guess, what we generally call modernization, that can be characterized as providing some benefit not only to recorders but also to the stakeholder groups, and it also includes advocacy activities to encourage recorders and help recorders communicate with their policymakers as well as with their local stakeholder organizations. I understand that the executive board has reviewed this and recently took action, and for any discussion of that, I would defer to you. Sure.
Yes, it was difficult conversations. There were a couple of things that came up later, and I just thought I'd bring them up now. There is no end time, I think the reason that there's no end time other than it's through 2024 would be because it's either party can terminate at any time. Well, I'm just assuming that's for. And then the hourly rate, where it says, the compensation shall be specified. Well, any other services, where's that? Where is that? Oh, yeah, F, the cost of providing any supplementary services may be paid with resources allocated in the budget if available, or with additional resources authorized by ICRA. So would an hourly rate be given then, or should we have had an hourly rate in here? Sorry, I don't think it.
So the hourly rate is, as described here,
It was on.
No.
It was on the prior one.
Yeah, and
It was removed.
Yeah, and we missed it on here.
Well, I can tell you what it is, and it's really not changing, and that is what is the actual cost hourly per person, per the individual doing it. So that includes their base salary and any of the benefits and taxes that go along with that, and that's all added up and divided by 2,000, up with an hourly rate. And so that is what it's based on. And then as we have done, we will continue to do, there's a need to calculate time spent and service through this memorandum of understanding. And I guess the way I would say it is that, and I think fairly firmly stated this, that the association should expect, and that we're gonna spend not only the minimum amount of time in this budget, but probably more than that, with the understanding that we will not exceed the budget, and the association contributions would be reflected in the budget amounts on attachment B, and then the balance of the cost of the position would be paid for by ESS. And then, as you should see in the budget, more time would be incurred, more effort would be incurred during the budget session, and it would be elsewhere through the year. But we are looking at this annual project leading up to the 2025 session,
Okay, so it would basically be the 4130 we're currently billed for census from the last invoice.
if you looked at the
That last
invoice,
invoice.
the most recent invoice, that would reflect the current
Okay.
rate, yeah.
4130 for census.
And I don't anticipate that that will change, because we already did a compensation adjustment earlier this year.
This is what we have up to attachment B, right? Um, 38 for 24, yeah.
Right.
Since I only have an executive board hat, besides my county recorder hat, this was not easy conversation. Very, very hard.
Definitely was not taken lightly at all. Everybody goes through. As they say, I would say. How we felt about it. And
We have very passionate recorders.
So we obviously have that money to pay it.
This year,
and then that becomes the issue, be going forward.
we'll have to figure it out each year.
Mm-hmm.
But with the unknowns with the property tax, we didn't feel as an exec board, we could increase dues to long-term sustain, not with so many unknowns, not for this year.
Well, and we are increasing
$50.
$50, okay,
Yeah.
But that won't,
$100,
That
no.
still won't long-term.
No, right, absolutely,
But
no, yeah, I'm just saying.
from 2 to 250.
250.
Yeah.
Mhm.
get them real high either.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're across the board, same as treasurers and.
No, right, and that's
Yeah.
that's why it went to that, and it makes sense.
Any extra from,
But we
So-
pay
summer
for
school.
meetings
Yeah.
and overage from summer school, but meeting
Would you use it like to
expenses.
pay for a speaker at an event, like at ISAC?
that's usually in the budget for the
Okay,
summer school and
Yeah.
for the certification.
okay,
Pay
I was
for
thinking.
that. And right now, they didn't charge for certification for a while, it was 20 for a while.
We did for summer school, we paid for Desi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The
that-
people online are asking that you speak up
Oh, sorry.
and not rustle your papers as much. It's hard when you're trying to look at everything.
Thank you, Stacy.
So the executive board approved this, right? So we're
The
just,
executive board
either
has
one,
approved this with,
On behalf of ICI.
yes.
okay.
Iowa County Recorders Association voted to amend it, and then the board, the executive board, wanted a couple other changes made within the body of some wording and how we were gonna handle things. And then also, when we had to talk about expenses for the MOU and us developing a marketing committee to help on the ICRA side for expenses on what we can maintain as an association to at least get us through this next calendar year. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm sorry, I'm turning and talking.
Yes, she says yes.
Okay.
Linda, it kind of changed quite a bit, actually, between when the association voted on it, because at that point, we still had billable hours
Yes.
Yes.
and pay and duties. This is different.
Yes, flat fee. And we also now have a manual, well, we don't have the manual committee yet, but we're setting up a manual committee to finish that up and take that back. And that was taken off. Other than posting.
I'm gonna wear the ESS hat here and not get into the difficult discussions, but from an ESS perspective, we've got a budget now, right? And the budget approved reflects income that is associated with the budget in the MOU, okay? And so, and also this is not a small effort we're about to undertake. It shouldn't require a lot of work. And so we need to request the effort that is expected to be put in, and we also have to account for the fact that, we do have an expense, a human being that's going to be playing a very important role for the overall initiative, and there's a cost to that. And so ESS, wearing that hat needs to have the assurance that income stream is going to be there to support that. That's I think maybe a very important issue from our responsibilities to ESS. There's still going to be recording, there's still going to be where we're probably going to be talking to each other more than anybody wants to. But this lays the foundation to say, okay, we have a platform and a structure that we can work with through 2024 in preparation for the 2025 legislative session. And some things associated with that have already been initiated and are underway, but there's a whole lot more work to do. As Nancy said, nobody wants, and I hope we're going to get there because we all want to succeed, right? But there are some safety valves built into the MOU, if it just isn't working.
And when we first did the MOU, I said it before, I was not necessarily in favor of it because I knew we could not sustain it.
Mm-hmm.
I said from the get-go, we don't take in that much money.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing now is we're going to pursue this fee increase. If we had to hire our own lobbyist full-time to try to get this through, I think we'd be spending more money than we're going to be spending now. That's no guarantee. No matter how much money you throw at it, doesn't mean there's a guarantee you're going to get what you want. But I guess it was difficult for me, especially wearing two hats here, because I know that we don't have the money to sustain this for years down the road. But I also know that is this our only chance to get more money? I mean, if we're going to go in and say, we want $10 per page, we need a fee increase because we haven't had it since '85, we're not going to get it. We just won't do it just for that reason. And just like we should. Yeah, we should. I totally agree we should, but I just don't think they're going to do that. And also, we've got a committee that's going to be working with Phil and Vincent to talk about how exactly we want to pursue this.
Which we might not have, we might not have
Organization.
shared that with the association about each district's legislative representatives are gonna work with Stacy and Megan
Stacy, I think, emailed them.
as a committee,
Yeah.
so
Megan emailed, Megan.
and all of the legislative delegates have agreed.
I got an email, but I don't recall.
You didn't get one? Are you your main legislative rep, or are you an alternate?
Oh, I'm not
Main.
anything else legislative, so it's
Yeah.
I didn't get it.
It'd be the legislative reps from each district, Megan, Stacy, Phil, Census, me, and was there one more? I can't remember. Anyway, we'll we'll sit down and talk about the plan of action, I guess you'd wanna call it.
I saw you meant it went to everyone.
Oh,
Oh.
that's why,
That's what I understood.
we just,
Outreach district.
and I think they will. And what I told, somebody had contacted me, I said, I think what you need to do is let your district know, this is coming up, and I'm pretty sure Megan has emailed them, let your district know so that you can talk about it at your district level.
I think that was a nice,
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sue Meyer just said she's one of the reps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I missed that, I couldn't see. So it has been more than difficult, I know it's needed.
Well,
Thank you.
I think it's important that we support our board, and it's a very good choice. I think this is what we're gonna have to do. I mean, honestly, so I will make a motion to approve the ESS and the CRA MOU.
I'll second.
Spencer, did you catch that?
Jamie made a motion.
Jamie and Lindsay seconded it? So Jamie moved and Lindsay seconded to approve this, MOU, memorandum of understanding amendment, and I think we have a date on the bottom, we called it final, just to be clear on which one we're doing, we called it final. So all those any questions?
will it have to be done earlier each year, or am I confused on the date?
Well, the idea.
It's gonna be year by year.
The idea is to have a review at the end of 2024 before the end of the calendar year. So that's why it says not later than November 15th.
Which our meeting will be on the 14th.
Right.
So a couple online comments, one from Ann Ditsworth. We definitely had some tough discussions and we'll need to continue to do so. It's important work and we're passionate, committed people. And then Sue Meyer, lobbyists in Iowa, average salaries of $66,000 to $82,000 a year.
I think that's probably really where we were pushed, I mean, we're kind of in a hard spot to get it going, if we wanna get it going.
Yes, we definitely want to get it
I
going.
mean, because we hear it every year, we want more money, but then,
I do. It's my goal before I retire.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
By the way, Julie's name as vice chair is on the
Yes.
signatory because otherwise it would have been both signatures being Nancy. So, yeah, just, if you were wondering about that, that's
We'll
why.
circulate those electronically for signatures.
Thank you.
Okay, team, if you'll bear with me, we need to plow through a few things. So, the next, item, I don't want to take, you call it.
Oh, that's okay. This will be the contract with the Rafferty Group.
Okay.
Groups for 2020.
All right, and this does reflect the budget that you just approved, and I would request your approval.
I would make that motion.
Denise made the motion.
Yes.
I'll second it, Natalie.
And Natalie has seconded. So Denise has moved and Natalie has seconded to approve the contract with the Rafferty Group for calendar year 2024. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay, now the Brick Gentry current, calendar year 24 contract.
Okay, no change, in theory, the scope of work is the same. I would just add the comment that the Brick Gentry team would say the same thing that Bob Rafferty does, ask too much of them for what they're paying for, getting paid for. It's been a very good relationship. Both Steve and Paul Dre, Steve Brick and Paul Dre, give us good attention, and they're not just collecting a check. I'm in frequent communication with them, so I would request your approval.
I will. I'll make a motion.
Joanne has moved.
And that's already in the budget too, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is in the budget.
And Lindsay seconded. to approve the Brick Gentry calendar year 2024 engagement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay, next we're at the 2024 COLA, local
Okay,
service.
this is just an FYI, but, you know, our agreement with each of the local service providers, basically for you was a kind of almost an automatic 3% increase. And we said, you know, we need to set a benchmark for that, that is more reasonable from what inflation used to be. And so we modified the agreements to use the Social Security benefit increase as the index that we use for subsequent year increases, and then inflation happened. But the good news is that we got a cap of 3.5% in the agreement. So it basically says Social Security increase, but not to exceed 3.5%. Obviously, we were saved a little bit by the 3.5% with the Social Security increase last year. The inflationary adjustments dropping down a little bit, so they're going to be at 3.2% this year. And I don't have anything to add to that. So that's just some information. If you're ready to move on.
Yes.
The next item is a MOU between ESS and Enterprise Iowa, and this is where we get into, you know, the office space thing. And the short history is, in the beginning, nobody had any money. I had an office up in 8th Street. They hired me as the project manager. I said, we're just going to do it out of our office. And then we just got hired, and we kind of grew from there to the point where we wouldn't bid in that space. So I acquired access to this space and said, come on down. And so that's the way it's been since then. So honestly, at this stage of the game, most of my other activity I have discontinued or just stepped away from, and the whole office now is dedicated to ESS as we're currently configured. In the MOU that was approved last year, the amendment, which is reflected on pages 45 and 46, we agreed that we would take further steps to set up the ESS as an independent entity, not dependent upon me or this office in any way. That's what we agreed to do last year. And so a proposed amendment to the MOU is presented to you this year, and it's reflected on pages 47, 48, and then 49. Essentially, what it says on page 48 is everything that we said we were going to do last year has been complete. Instead of paying me for a multifunction device, that is now yours, okay? And so if you decide to move or separate from me in any way, you take the copier with you. A VoIP phone system is installed instead of something that is fixed in this office and having control over the numbers and the equipment, which is now VoIP, is entirely ESS. So if you want to pick the phones up and go, it's VoIP. All you have to do is plug it into the internet, and your phones are going to work. The team could even take them home and plug them into their home internet, and they would still have ESS numbers. We migrated away from a local area network, and now the ESS team has its own tenant in Microsoft 365. Everything pretty much is being done in the cloud, and again, that independence is there. ESS can take it anywhere. You can manage it remotely. And then last year, we had IT services traditionally provided by a company called All Covered. Last year, we converted that agreement to be in the name of ESS. As I reported to you previously, we are investigating alternatives, and whatever alternative is identified, first I should say that we've notified All Covered that we are not going to automatically renew. So now we're going to be moving to month, and we're going to separate from them at any time. And then we're exploring IT service providers that can do this. and whatever agreement is established is going to be in the name of ESS. And really, all ESS needs is internet access and somebody to support their devices. So that independence has been achieved. So now the question is, what are we going to do? Do you want ESS to stay here, which is an option, or you can identify alternative space? I have provided you with a spreadsheet earlier in the packet that shows you exactly what the costs are for operating here. If we wanted to, we could consolidate staff into 2 or 3 offices and reduce the rent that ESS pays. It would condense the use of space a little bit. The conference room would still be available, and then I would be free to lease vacant office spaces to whoever I wanted to. Wouldn't be entirely ESS in here anymore. And there have been steps taken to try to create that independence as well. So the proposal basically boils down to the last paragraph on page 49, which just simply says that ESS has the ability to move office spaces at any moment in time. But basically what I'm requesting or recommending is that if that decision gets made, that either one of us gives 90 days notice, just for transitional purposes. Okay, I am going to be quiet for a little bit. I'm going to turn the podium over to Lisa. I'm going to walk down the hall, and she's going to tell you about the steps that have been taken to search for and identify alternative office space. I have directed Lisa and Kay to be the leaders on this. I am not supervising them. They can communicate with you about what they have learned. And I'm going to ask you to do that now, and maybe have, if you come and get me when you guys are ready for me. So I'll be just right down the hall, and you guys have this conversation.
Okay.
You can stay. We can stay.
Can I just bell her like I do with my grandkids?
What's that?
Can I just bell her for you like I do with my
You
grandkids?
can't do much.
He won't hear you. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
She had to leave for an appointment with her daughter.
Okay. Yes, okay. So Phil issued an RFI. I don't know if it was included, or I believe it was included. But basically said, this is how much space we need, all kinds of information. We can certainly share that with you. It was issued to multiple commercial realtors. We did get multiple responses and looked at all of them, on paper, to make sure they would, work and what the fees were. One of our resources we have in our back pocket is Kay, because she came from a property management company. So she's got really good insight and to put together a really good document about everything. She and I went on Friday and looked at multiple spaces in one building. If anybody know where Burlington Coat Factory is near Hay Mall? Okay, or 6200 Aurora, so 3 miles down the road. 6-story office building. It would certainly work. It's an older building, needs some updating, would certainly work. We would have a conference room we would need to reserve across the hall, restrooms across the hall. I don't remember that there was a kitchen at any area in our office space if we chose one of those, but there certainly is a break room that could be used. Then yesterday, Corey and Kay looked at other spaces. They went over into West Des Moines, near the Whole Foods area, if you're familiar with that area, and then some right off of the interstate, the 8035 in University. Again, found some that we think would work. So we're pulling together all of the numbers of what it would cost for lease. One of them that seemed to kind of rise to the top would need a little bit of build out to make one space into 2 definite spaces. And then there's the logistics in the process, so we'd have to move. The offices with 2 cubes in them, that furniture belongs to ESS. everything else belongs to Phil. So we would need to purchase furniture, have it delivered. We'd need to buy chairs. We'd need to buy mats for under the desks. You know, we have kind of a beginning list of everything we would need to purchase. And so we do believe that office equipment right now is fairly reasonably priced because so many places have downsized. So, question.
Cost-wise,
Yeah.
how's it compared to what?
Some are more, one is less, but some are absolutely more. The one yesterday, Kay and Corey thought it was very aggressively priced, and they said they wanted a full building.
And the one that's less, is it significantly less?
I don't have all those numbers yet, so,
But we have a figure if we stayed here,
we do. So it's still
staying the same.
about $3,000 a month.
And if it's not significantly less by the time you purchase new equipment,
Yeah, and you know, potentially we could consolidate, as Phil said, so.
I mean, this is an easy fund, what'd you say?
Maybe I'm confused, but so why would we consider moving if it's more? Are we being?
You know, I think that Phil made that, commitment last year that we would investigate all of
I was
these.
thinking that was
Yeah.
somewhat,
And,
but we're not required to move.
No.
But it's
No.
just,
And
he was looking
I don't
at-
think I'm totally speaking out of turn, that at some point Phil's going to retire.
Yeah.
And at that point, you would need to make a decision if you wish to stay here and work with him, you know.
If he sold this place, because doesn't he own it?
He does own it, he does own it. Yeah.
and he just said potentially he could rent out other spaces.
Right. Yes, absolutely.
I mean, if somebody else was here, that's not, that makes sense.
And it could
Well, we used
reduce,
to have that before.
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's why.
Okay.
Lisa,
Like to talk to her. Yes.
can you hear me?
Hello? Yes.
This is Kay. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
okay,
so I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to let everyone know, I'm putting together a summary and it will show you what our costs are currently, where we're at, you know, what those expenses are. And then we've gotten so much information from brokers, kind of looking at we're looking at spaces as small as 700 square feet where we're currently at 2,000. So we're, you know, considering everything that will help us. Looking at those spaces, getting the operating cost, all the costs that we can consider that might come up, putting that into a spreadsheet, and then anything that would save us money, even a little bit or a lot, then we have to look at purchasing furniture, build out cost, or any big outlays that might come up front. Once we get all that information, we'll pass that along. And I know Phil likes the format that we have so far, so I'll keep building on that. And then you guys will be in the know about what decisions we are making.
Yeah. What Phil said was, you know, we could form a committee of the two of us, Kay and myself, and some members of the association or ESS, if you wanted to pursue that after we provide all that information.
So we'll get that information first.
I think so. I think that's best, so you can make a more informed decision.
So Lisa, do you know what Phil's intentions are?
I do not. I do not. I do not.
And would it be an option to buy from him?
I don't know.
What money?
If you're sorry, are you
I'm coming, well, I know you can just write him a check, but, you know, you're paying out $3,000 a month.
There's a couple of things to consider. One is, you know, that could be an option. I think, you know, anything's possible, right?
Right.
Talk.
I think
But,
Phil wants us to make our decision without his consideration. He doesn't want us to worry about what his consideration is.
right, no, that was not the question, Kay. So Phil does not want the decision made based on how it would affect him or his finances now for us to move or not. He is Switzerland, you know.
Right, and I get that.
He wants what is
Coming
best
from
for
a
ESS.
county where,
Correct.
you know, in Wright County, it would make more sense to buy
Yeah,
than to lease for, and
Right.
you're leasing for over $3,000
right.
a month, so, I don't know. I mean, maybe the market up here doesn't
I don't know.
say that. I don't know.
Yes, we can certainly I can have that conversation.
But I was looking on the assessor's site, and it looks like these, you know, office spaces here are all separately assessed.
They are, that's correct.
So this is, you know, front to back, it looks like it's assessed.
I think people call them office condos, right?
Right.
I mean, it's
So,
a personal opinion, it's hard to use in space, you know? I mean,
right, it's very nice.
there's other things that I really like that Kay and I talked about, and we said these things to Phil. I know who I park next to every day. I
Right.
know where I'm going to park every day. It's really easy to come in the back door, you know, and we've got our own little kitchen, we're very, insulated. Well, it is a safe area, but even during COVID, when Phil and I were most of the time the only two here, I would sit in the front door, so he never touched that door handle, and he would use the back door. And we would both stay in our offices with our doors shut.
Sure.
And then if you wanted to talk to the one, we would send each other a chat message that said hallway, and we'd sit in the hallway like 10 feet apart and talk because, you know, nobody needed to be infected.
Right.
So
these expenses, so this is what we currently pay.
Yes.
So, I
I
mean,
believe that's the cost of what it is to run the office.
Yeah, there was
so,
another one.
I mean, because under, like, property taxes is on there, is that typical? I've never.
Yes, I mean, it would be rolled in, you know. So imagine if you owned a home that you rented out, you would have your rent covered, you know, and your property taxes and your insurance, while your tenant probably paid utilities, right? Imagine if you rented an apartment, you know,
Wouldn't pay taxes.
but it would be rolled into it.
It's part of the formula.
Yeah, it would.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, I mean, as a landlord,
You might not know what.
as a landlord, you're looking at, okay, I gotta cover my mortgage, I gotta cover my property taxes. And there's probably some money that you're holding on to because you're gonna have to replace carpet and, you know, all those kind of things down the road, so you're building that reserve as well.
Just crazy that this size of a space. I mean, that's the property tax I pay on my house.
I know, it's crazy. When I look at
But,
stuff.
you know, I think you have to look at.
And the location, 100% is that, it's just like, it's sticker shock for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much is it? Is it 7,000?
No, 82.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying, it's just like that sticker shock of like, this, you know, like, whoa.
Just the space is a piece that over
Yes.
Yeah.
I was in a case in West Des Moines, smaller than this, and that was $5,000 a month, and it was sharing bathrooms.
Yeah, we're not going to get a private conference room and private bathrooms and private entrances probably anywhere.
Are rates higher now than?
I think there's a good time right now, I don't think it's a good time right
Yes and no.
It goes up and down each.
Yes and no. I mean, there's a lot of space available because people went home for, I mean, if our developers were all still here, we'd be kind of crammed in here like sardines because we added Census and Corey. So we'd have 3 more people here. You know, they went home for the pandemic, was that 3 years ago? 2020. Yeah, and, you know, they never came back.
I wish I could.
So, I'm just playing, are they getting any compensation as far as home, as far?
Their office space.
Everything. Yeah.
I don't believe so.
And what did we get for it? Nothing. Nothing. Not even thank you.
Exactly.
I guess for me, that means take away, you don't have to come in and
Kind of, other than they have to provide their own internet at a.
But which they would probably have anyway, but,
Yeah.
so, I'm just gonna throw out, Nancy and Myrna both live in Waukee.
Okay.
So, no traffic, 15 minutes, okay?
Right.
Kelly lives in Norwalk.
Okay.
So for him, he says he saves at least an hour a day by not coming in.
Okay. Oh, I'm sure.
So he outweighs that with the cost he incurred.
Right. Plus,
I was just thinking about that as far as like, in general,
so
like.
you're saving gas, you're saving time, you're
Yeah,
saving wear
right.
and tear on your car,
Right.
and you're working in leggings and a hoodie. Okay, wait, that's just me, but go on. What?
And you know your bathroom.
Right, or you're wearing your pajama pants and a hoodie.
Yeah, do you have a laundry while you're working?
Kelly was dressed up today in a collared shirt, because I know, normally he has on a hoodie or a t-shirt.
Well,
Before we get Phil back in here, do you have any questions?
Andy just said something.
And
Is everyone considering remote work?
not at this time.
So, let's think about why, like, can we rent space as needed for, and everybody works from home?
Probably.
Aren't the servers or something here? Or
No.
I thought. Or no?
The copier is here.
The printer is here.
I thought you said something
That
else
same
was
thing
here.
too. I
How
mean,
much are we printing a day? Like,
It depends, like, we printed a lot today,
sure,
but it depends, you know, somebody's got a problem with something. Sometimes like a distribution report, sometimes it's nice to print it and check things off, you know, but also now I have 3 monitors in my office, so I can do that.
do you feel
It's important to have a
office space yet?
I think our admin team likes to be together. I'm looking at sensitive and Kristen.
Yes, give us your feedback.
do you like not want to hear these people every day?
Is it more productive to be together in person and collaborate?
I think when it comes to, we do every week already.
Yeah, we have a
Even when I
team
go
meeting every
half-time.
Monday at 10.
Even when I go half-time, I'll be coming in and like I'll be meeting, we talk through things. There's some things, honestly, I'm a big fan of working from home. I enjoy it, but for this team, there are some things that are actually easier to talk through and assemble together. Like when we had the conference, we worked together to put that together, to put those bags together. So, I mean, we would definitely need access to a conference room, in my opinion. I mean, every quarter we have multiple meetings. We may not always meet in person, but there is benefit to having a space, whether we need it all the time. You're gonna need another perspective than mine, because I'm looking at it from a marketing perspective.
Sure, no, so right now, we lease office here for you.
How many square feet is this?
Each of them.
I forget how many.
2,000 space, the 2,000 square foot.
Census.
My question was, like James, I was just thinking the financial. I mean, if we're in tough budget times and people could work remotely from home, you know, maybe it's something to consider. But yes, we would have to have a space that you could meet somewhere, or rent a space once in a while, but
You know,
it's just something to think about.
I'm thinking, so, I mean, if you'll still have the space, the association could say, we want the use of this room this many hours or whatever, and, you know.
So the other thing too is you're going to be remote, right? Except for coming for a meeting or something.
Kristen, are you coming in Monday morning or the whole day Monday? What's your plan? I don't know.
The agreement is, I just need to come in for in-person meetings. So in theory, I could just come in on Monday for an hour and then work remote the rest of the day. But from my perspective, it's just easier to go to one place, start the day and finish the day rather than driving back and forth.
Right.
Right.
I'm gonna play super devil's advocate right here, kind of going off of what Jamie and Jolene are saying, but what about the idea of even sending everyone working remote, these like quarterly meetings, take them on the road, and let's go to Jones County, let's go to Plymouth County, kind of take our turn, and then everyone has conference space available in their counties, which would not be
free.
You wouldn't incur any costs there. Your mileage is ideally going to stay the same, give or take, depending on.
Or some even be reduced.
Okay, so I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Sherry, do you wanna drive to Plymouth County or, Northwest Iowa? She does. What?
Absolutely.
But what I'm saying is,
Mel.
What I'm saying is there would probably be a hotel expense incurred
Yeah.
in addition to mileage.
How many
Like, are you
hotels, how
making
many hotels are we paying for now?
None.
So,
But that's not the norm.
so Lindsay, I think when they look
We
at
can
the
stay with
office, one of the things they're looking at is what is the minimum number of rooms?
That's what I was, kind of what I was asking.
And secondly, most of them would have shared boardrooms, meaning you would have to vote when you want to use it. So it's not necessarily accessible to you.
Where?
So the possibility of shifting.
There's plenty of rentable storage, meeting space available.
If you want to go in a storage.
That includes, that in some cases may incur parking expenses.
Right.
And I'm just telling you what it's like, you know, what the environment is like in the metro.
Sorry, what's the square feet of this?
About 2,000.
2,000.
Okay,
So,
I found this on the web, for what's the square feet?
Shut up, Siri.
Wasn't asking you.
So right now, you're still gathering data,
Gathering information.
which you'll bring back to us.
Certainly by February, but probably before.
And then, like Phil said, potentially, there's additional rooms here that could be rented out if this was still an option, which may lower our expense.
I think
That be-
Phil was
Go ahead, Taylor.
discussing, instead of having each of us in an individual office that are in office, is putting us together. So putting two people in one office with the divider. And then, because right now we pay per office. So we would be
That's what I
paying
wondered.
for two less offices.
so we
And-
get less offices here.
I believe, yes. I think we have 5 now, and he thought we could reduce to at least 4, potentially 3. Which would reduce our cost.
Kay works from home.
He works from home 2 days a week.
Okay.
I think we can also alternate that with, could even be 2 days a week and alternate the days she works. But I think, yes, what she said about sharing and just having cubicles.
Well, and off what Mel said too, so if you're gonna report back, maybe that can be one of the things in there, what you guys feel you need, or like or don't like,
It
are
is,
you okay with?
we all know it is an absolute privilege to have an office of our own with a door that closes.
Cause some of us don't have
Yeah, I don't have that.
Mine has windows, okay?
I have windows by my desk, yeah.
Because if you all work from home, then we're gonna have to have more printers, copiers. Otherwise, you have to go somewhere, where are you gonna store that if you don't have a central place?
We can figure that
Yeah,
out.
that's what I'm saying, there's other
Places that
expenses
allow
if you
for- Is there something?
all work from home.
No.
Well, and I'm certainly looking at like a Regis office space where you can rent a number of offices. You can rent them hourly, you can rent them daily, you can rent them monthly. So we're certainly looking at all of those options.
So we'll come back to you, with all of our findings. But I appreciate your thoughts, to pull all that together. Okay,
Are we all ready?
so I think what
During the legislative season, a big part of my time is actually in the Capitol,
right,
especially if there's a meeting that's happening in person.
right.
So, I think there are ways to work around it.
Okay, so I think where we're at is we're gonna come back to you, okay, with all the options pulled together. And then still we'll be looking for an approval on the MOU update. Are you, him, Kristen?
Yeah, we're ready?
Thank you.
And the MOU is just to say we're continuing to explore.
Yeah, because everything else will.
And it should be noted that no matter what we decide, it would be at least 90 days that notice would be provided.
Yes, okay.
From my perspective, it's only fair to do 90 days from the beginning of the month, so you don't say 90 days from today, you know.
Most places start on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was waiting for the yellow.
She did.
All right, if you would be so kind, somebody summarize what
Sherry,
question you want.
Sherry has a question. I have a strange question. I know I'm not officially, but the budget was approved
Yep.
and now the contracts are going over.
Yeah.
We do this all the time, and I don't quite understand either, to be honest.
Part of me
That's why
wonders
we
why
approve
we
the
don't,
budget.
why the contracts aren't discussed prior to the budget amendment and the new calendar year budget.
Yeah.
That's just the way I think, though, that those discussions would be held before the budget, but now the budget's approved, so this is just like, here it is, let's sign it, because it's kind of already done,
Okay.
so to speak.
Well, I suppose it could have been approached a different way, but I feel like, for example, in the case of Bob and Bridge Entry, that we did talk about those items during the budget discussion. So, you know, we have to make a decision first before you can enter into an agreement. So, in my case, if we're talking about the MOU, the MOU.
No, it's just like in general.
Okay.
Just in general,
Yeah.
the budget, okay, now we're gonna talk about all the things that go into the budget.
So next
Well,
time, do
things
it the
come
other
backwards.
way.
Well, but the other way is if I
Well-
approve this contract with Brick Gentry and then we don't approve that amount in the budget, how we fulfill the contract? So there's,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
no, still.
It's just, okay.
I understand where you're coming from, and my rationale is you can't enter into an agreement if you don't have a budget, right?
Right.
So, so where did you end up on the other side?
We ended up that we're gonna pull all the options together and present it.
Okay, all right, to the whole group, or?
Yes,
Okay, I thought you might set up a subcommittee or something.
well, we talked about that, we didn't get there yet, so
Okay.
we'll work with Nancy and
Okay,
whoever, we'll figure it out.
excellent.
Okay, sorry.
I like coming and looking at stuff.
Thank you for taking that, thank you for taking the time to have that discussion.
Okay,
So,
we're on to
my
MOU.
action item question is the amendment to the MOU satisfactory? And are you okay with the idea of 90 days notice? Is that?
Yes, the 90 days notice sounded good with everybody.
Yes.
And really, the only thing left is the office space.
No, I'm good. Okay.
In the MOU. So I entertain a motion to approve the MOU amendment as presented.
I'll make that motion. Alexa?
Second, Jamie.
Mel moved and Jamie seconded to approve this Enterprise Iowa ESS MOU update. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. All right, we're at staff compensation.
Okay, we're overtime, and I'm aware of that, so I'm going to propose that, I'm going to request that you take action on two items before you adjourn. The first one is on page 50 of your materials, of two staff compensation-related issues. One of which we've already talked about, and that is that, as I reported to you earlier, Kristen and I have reached an agreement in terms of what our next steps are going to be. But officially, we need approval of the ESS committee, and we can move forward with that. That's just a standard operating procedure. And then item number 2 is, again, you approved the budget, but incorporated within the budget is an exception to the wage freeze relating to Myrna Addison. I'm sure you're familiar with the general term equal pay for equal work, and she was hired as a junior type developer, and her performance has far exceeded that. And I would say that she is more comparable, if not maybe more productive than Nancy at the present time, not to get too deep into it. Both of them are talented developers, but we're kind of stuck in a situation where, you know, whenever we did pay increases, if we just stuck to the cost of living adjustment, Myrna would never catch up. And she really is at a higher level, and for that reason, I have in prior years, and I do again this year, recommend the compensation adjustment to bring her closer to what Nancy is. So those are the two compensation-related action items. Again, you have approved the budget, reflecting both of these action items, and I would request you.
How long has Myrna been with us again?
I think Myrna's been with us 4 years now.
And Nancy?
Nancy's been with us, I think, 6 years.
What does that bring her salary to? You know, off the top of your head, so, with the 5% increase?
Do you know what her salary is?
Yeah.
It's in the budget.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I,
Oh, that's it. That's not what she's paid. That's the total cost of her.
Yeah, that's the total
position.
compensation with insurance.
Gosh, I did not have that at my fingertips.
I know.
She's paid less than $100,000 now. Nancy is over.
I'm just really struggling with the fact that we are having one of our team members who is getting hours cut, and then we have another member of the team who's getting a wage increase. I mean, I know the way it's handled at the county, so take it for what it's worth, but when wage freezes happen, they happen across the board. And I know we're looking at Webster County at 0% increase across the board. And what the talent, whatever, same sort of conversation. I have a hard time with this myself.
From a kind of rules of order type of perspective, if you wanted to split the issues and approve of one and disapprove of the other, that would be an appropriate step to take. And it's not an insurmountable issue. And if you choose not to do anything with Myrna at this time, I'm going to defend my recommendation in this way. No hard feelings, okay? But the rationale is that Myrna is in a very important position. She has been the principal developer of our e-submission API update. She is in the principal position of finishing the development of the County Upload API, and she's also in the position of being the technical support person for each of the local service providers as they do their development work to integrate with the API. In terms of critical mission, essential function, evaluation, it would be very difficult to replace her given the knowledge that she has. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but she is up there in terms of technical importance. And I can't equate that to everybody on the team. However you want to describe it, MVP, whatever, she's very important, and I do not want to lose her out of the team. And that's a subjective, I hope a professional, but still a subjective judgment. I'm making my recommendation to you, and whatever decision you make, I am.
I mean, couldn't we say the same thing about Kelly?
What's that?
Couldn't we say the same thing about Kelly?
You could say the same thing about Kelly, but I can tell you.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, okay, Kelly is the leader of the technical team. This recommendation was made in consultation with Kelly. He supported it. So, if you want to defer on it until the next meeting, I'm sure we can get by in a quarter and we can see where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm with Lindsay. I'm not saying
she's not deserving of it at all.
A 5 or even 10% raise, but when you're freezing everybody else and cutting hours, I don't think we're in the position right now.
So potentially, in our 2023 budget amendment we just approved, we approved this cut. Did we approve this increase
You improved money for the increase.
in the 2023, not the 2024?
And you-
I mean, it would be in both, right?
When would Myrna's increase be effective?
Well, that hasn't
Because
really
it
been,
was short.
but it is reflected in December of 23, and then throughout in 24. And if you don't do that, then we got a little bit of more questions that we had before.
So Myrna's increase was included in the budget amendment we proposed, or approved for 2023.
You did.
So for 2306.79 is the difference then? Would that be the increase, reflecting the increase that she would receive
Well,
on page 29?
the total for the year,
Would that be the increase amount
just for
for the remaining of the
December.
next? Yeah.
Overall, for the year, it looks like about 14,000. And that includes benefits, so.
Which one is she?
Right, it is in,
Because there's
One under developers.
yeah, tech support and development.
right.
So that 14,000 would include if there's going to be a cost in insurance, which you're anticipating.
When I calculate the cost of each position, and
Okay.
with taxes and everything,
Additional
have a
14,000.
spreadsheet that includes unemployment taxes and everything. And I look at that and I apply the percentage to each.
So you're talking roughly close to, if she's just under 100, you're talking close to $5,000 more. Because you won't be able to do anything about the insurance and all of that. But a 5%
That's for
raise
additional.
Our,
will be around 5.
our
Yeah.
So
human,
not really
in terms of
send
personnel,
or an
in terms of personnel, in October, when the benefit year begins for everybody. And we did experience a fairly substantial increase in insurance associated with that. And that is baked in, okay? That is baked into December, into the end of the year and also throughout 2024, assuming, no changes in 2024.
Okay.
So, if it is contrary to your sensibilities, I can work with that. And making my recommendation to you as to what the rationale was, and if you're not comfortable with it, then we'll make it work.
Someone is talking on the phone. Do you have a question?
You are present, just terrible, and if you're not there, she doesn't bother.
Okay, we can't hear you.
You don't make the difference. They tone and distinct.
I don't think you're talking.
Okay.
So potentially with what you're proposing, if we wanted to, we need to approve the part-time position, correct?
Right, Christine.
And if we wanted to defer until after the first of the year,
Yes.
would that be, could we do it or have an update ahead of our next February meeting?
Yes.
And then do we need to amend
And
I don't think it includes it. I don't think it includes
February is half away.
I think it does.
So, I would be okay with that.
But look at the 13,000 to 14 and then look at December. From October to December, it's only $20 more unless that was computer wrong.
I'm gonna, as I looked at it, I apologize, I may have misspoken, but as I'm looking at it now, it would be correct to say that it would be effective in January, but remember, you know, the last fiscal period, the cost of the last fiscal period in December doesn't really fill up, you know,
Right.
necessarily until January. So I think it would be fair to say it would be, if you were to compare the 10/124 number in December this year to the 10/6/30 number in January, you know, that is the amount of the increase.
$500, $506.
Right,
Yeah.
that would be fair.
I just
So-
have a hard time cutting. I understand the value of her position, and if she would decide to leave because we just deferred this, it's gonna cost us more than we're paying now to replace, right?
I'd say yes.
Right. I have a hard time cutting and going full in. I mean, we're ending our budget year in a deficit,
Okay.
So,
and I can't do that at I would lose my job.
yeah.
I can't overspend.
So, defer.
I would propose approving the part-time position and deferring until our are you saying February's better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until our February meeting, deferring Myrna's increase.
So is that a motion to approve?
I will,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Lindsay will second.
Mel and Lindsay. Okay, Mel has moved to approve, Kristen's new hourly structure and defer the raise for Myrna until our February meeting. That's the proposed
The way I would phrase that is deferred consideration.
Deferred.
That way you're not saying you're definitely doing
Yeah.
it.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
I,
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Okay. The one additional item I'd like to recommend or request your action on is in the public policy procedures relating to terms of use. This is primarily a technical amendment, corrective language correction, clarification of how the request for exceeding the standard limit of viewing images applies to both individual users as well as organizations. That is really the main effect of this. There is also an addition of a specific reference to us being able to kind of tell people right up front, we could ask you for a passport, we could ask you for a real ID to authenticate your identity. But in terms of the core terms of service, it doesn't really change anything. It's language clarification primarily. And I would ask you to approve that, given the time, because that's something that we should clarify. The subsequent ones relating to associated references and postal identity numbers, and due to limitations in time, if we defer that until February, those wouldn't go into effect until January 25 anyway, so I want to make sure you have plenty of time to talk about those. And then, once we get past this chapter 7, I'll give you a few oral updates and send you on your way. Does that sound okay?
sorry, you might have said this and I might have missed it, but on this, 773, with the verification, do we not have that currently? Or are you just updating with the real ID?
We just,
Page
just realize.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
that's already there, it's just that we
Like a no-brainer.
wanted to be more specific. And then in the previous language, if you read it the way it said before, you would have interpreted it to mean that only organization users could ask for
Got it.
an ability to view more images, and individual users. Somebody says, hey, I'm doing a big genealogy project for my family, you know, and I need to have it done, whatever it is. We should give them some latitude to,
or if we move down the line with being able to search for
yeah, Yeah.
property records
Yeah.
regarding fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They may need more than that if they're looking for family members who might not have the internet. And that's what I've been approached by public concerned about the 10 per day.
Makes sense.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the terms of use update for chapter 7?
Whole motion.
Lindsay moved,
I'll second.
and Dolan seconded to approve the changes, the updates, to chapter 7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Okay, here is a fire hose update. So first of all, at the last meeting of this committee, you asked me to refer the associated reference policy update back to the standards subcommittee because we were concerned that it might be interpreted by recorders as something that would be the basis for affecting it. I would commend this language to you for your review. I've read it already, but we did take it back to the standards committee. We did add language that would clarify that it was, this is when you use the term shall, it really applies to recorders, not to submitters. And we discussed that. I think Nancy was in that meeting, and I think we satisfied the concern. So bringing it back to you with that correction, otherwise the policy is very similar to what we said before. And the other part of it is the inclusion of the language, if the information is present in the policy. Then the associated, then the partial ID item is, and we didn't take action on it the last time, but the idea is to actually make it mandatory. And we did review that with the standard subcommittee, and they did approve it. And you should expect that I'll bring it back to you after this meeting. But again, neither of these were intended to be in effect until January 2025 to give people time to adjust and put procedures in place, and also just give people more time to review it. So 1 quarter's delay is not a harmful thing. The Back to Blue redaction policy, we are, I just wanted to give notice that we are reviewing the Back to Blue policy, which you can see, we printed at the beginning of 2009. And the reason we're looking at it is because, yes, we followed the letter of law to implement the Back to Blue redaction program, but we have to acknowledge that it's now exactly what people were looking for. So we are exploring ways that we could do more to restrict access to information about law enforcement, people who are concerned about their safety, but still do it in such a way that professionals in the real estate industry, like a mortgage loan officer or a title representative, would still be able to access that information. Nothing concrete on paper yet. It's just an idea that we're exploring, and I wanted to give notice that we are looking at that. And we're starting to have some quiet conversations with some of the stakeholders about, what they can support, what their ideas are, etc. In your packet of materials, we were talking about document formatting earlier today. We presented various versions of homework to standard subcommittee for review, and as I mentioned, we're listening that through. We do have we consider a consensus position on amending section 1 of that chapter of the Iowa Code, but there are other ideas being explored, and some of them do relate to things that stakeholders might be interested in supporting as a part of the modernization effort. So as we have with the standard subcommittee, I commend it to you guys for reading when you have trouble sleeping at night. Break that out, take a look at it, think about it, and then we'll talk about it at a future meeting. The forward-looking discussion topics are also references to information in your packet, and it's the same story. I commend it to you for review. on the project updates on the back page of the agenda, really, we talked about most of these issues already today. We gave you an update on the transition of users to the insurance application. We're in the process of implementing the e-submission API. Primarily, the solutions right now, the Tyler Technologies is close on their heels. We've nearly completed development on the Tyler Upload API and have informed the service providers that we intend to push back the required deadline to December 31st, 2024. I've already reported to you that we are in the process of migrating to a firewall as a service, and we talked about the idea that the next big thing on the development pipeline is updating that API, primarily so that the companies like e-reporting partners, SimpleFile and CSC, are passing us and then to you the customer information, so you know who the original submitter is. And I already reported to you that we were going to be exploring alternative ways to perform redaction policies and redaction services. Given the change in ownership of CSI and our current redaction service provider, and also because there might be some things that we could do that would help save us some money in the budget. And then, last but not least, I've already reported to you that we are continuing to explore the identification concept. I would say that the leading methodology is still going to be based on a search application and to make the service available to those who are authenticated registered users. But I also have heard everybody express support for the idea of some type of a name search to go along with it. I will be honest with you and say that I'm skeptical about the efficacy of that approach. But if it's something that is wanted, I can continue to pursue development of the idea, and I do see it as something that would be a useful component of an overall modernization and teaching strategy.
Please pursue name. That's what our customers
if we can,
would need is name. They wouldn't understand reference numbers.
And fortunately, name searches are very easy in name search applications. So I think we have the foundation to do that. I will tell you that I am challenging Priya to have a more complete policy that actually speaks to the effectiveness of the various methods that are being used around the country. It's a little bit lacking allocation. So I am through that channel encouraging them to do more. And that is the end of the fire hose, everybody. I want to just say in conclusion that we have had some challenging conversations lately, but they have been helpful and brought us to this point. And I'm particularly very much looking forward to working with census, the legislative committee for the association to develop those ideas, because we have the right combination of things. I think there's a real chance that we can get something to do. So you need the support of the stakeholders. I know we'd like to do it without them, but this is the nature of the process. And we can do that, and I'm excited to get started. So that's it.
I do have one more thing. I know as I get older and I tell my people every time I leave the office, if I happen not to come back tomorrow, just for whatever reason, you want to leave your office in good hands and that they know what they're doing. So, and you had mentioned, before, you don't plan on leaving anytime soon, but is there a plan in place? If something happened to you, if you were to decide, I'm retiring tomorrow because, is there a plan in place that
Well,
somebody knows about.
I
mean, heaven forbid, but-
first of all, I am on a mission, and I want to finish the mission, and what we're talking about here with regard to the fee and modernization change, because part of that story isn't just about local income. I want to make sure that there is sustainable income for the project as well. So that is something I definitely want to see through, and that did get me upset a little bit. Now, what would happen if I got thrown under the bus? So, first of all, I think that you are now in a position to kind of restructure however you want to, as far as office space. That you're not tied to a 5-year lease or anything. You can, and that's by design. We put it together that way so that you can make decisions. I think you are going to be in a position on the business side of things and the customer support side of things are very good hands with Lisa, Corey, and now Kay, as she gains more experience with it. In terms of the development team, they're like herding cats just like you guys are, but they're damn good at what they do. And I would not want to, I would not want to mess that up. So I encourage you to keep that intact, and they're all happy sitting in their spare bedrooms working. I mean, they're doing good. Census, is going to have another year under her belt here pretty soon, and I think she would be able to pick up some of the policy. I'm not going to lie to you. It will be hard to find another me. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
But in terms of, I think you're thinking about a transitional collective group administration as you search for the next leader. So I think you're in good hands, at least in the near term, even if I get thrown under the bus tomorrow.
I've wondered in the past, just what if something happens?
Right.
I wonder that about myself, what would happen?
I say that
The girls ask,
If they die.
and that's why I said, I'm training everybody to, certain ones to take over if I were to keel over. But hopefully it won't be for 24, 50 years.
I think you'd have to approach it right now anyway, collectively, from the team perspective, that can be done. But I think, you want to think about whenever that time comes, I think you want to have somebody that you bring in that has some vision, that can provide some leadership and say, this is where we're going to go in the future. It could be somebody with some policy background or experience similar to where I come from. There are people out there that maybe they're looking for their last 5-year thing to do too, that might be able to do it as well. But there might even be 1 or 2 reporters out there that might have the breadth of experience that would be willing to take a leadership role in this, because if we do it right, a lot of heavy lifting is going to be done, and it won't be nearly as heavy, at least in that in 2 years from now, 3 years from now, because most of the stuff will have already been caught up. I have to be prepared that you would say goodbye to me anytime, because, team, I know I push you out a little. I know I do.
Well, that wasn't my intention, though.
Yeah.
I mean, but even if you decided to retire for some reason,
Right, where we may have an appointed deputy.
Yeah, right.
Well,
I guess, could somebody step in your role to do what you do?
Or would you be able to,
Tomorrow.
to make a recommendation to us or thought process to provide to us?
Well,
Exactly.
I think maybe one of the things that really hasn't been brought forward, my focus has been on setting the stage for you to be independent, okay, so that you can pick up stakes and do whatever you want to do. That doesn't mean I'm trying to run away. That just means it just makes sense that you not be so intertwined that it's hard to unwind. Now it's going to be pretty easy to unwind. So it's a different thing to say, okay, what's our succession plan? And I would say now that we've started to talk about it, you know, it would be good to maybe have a small group sit down and do some additional brainstorming on what the succession plan might be. You know, I might not ever want to leave, you know, depending on circumstances, but, you know, if I had to put something out and say, well, kind of what's my thought process, you know, I just turned 67, kind of looking at 70, to be honest with you. And some would want that to be sooner, I'm sure, but that's sort of where my head's at. So I think it's a fair question. I'm not done with you yet, so I'm hoping.
We'll talk to Linda, we'll get you to stick around.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Linda will be like, I don't want him at home full-time. No, I'm
Like
kidding.
she said, we have a deputy, but it was a,
Right.
in the future, will we need to have somebody
Yeah.
that you train, or will Lisa just be able to say, I don't know?
What, I don't mean to, you know, make it sound more important than it is, but I think you've got the core operational team that is gonna get you down the road. That's different than the scheming, strategizing, political policy person that I am. That there just ain't many around there. So I don't know the answer to that yet, but I think we can work on it.
Maybe she will make herself known.
Yeah. So everybody, you've been kept over 45 minutes past due. I apologize for that, but